All right. Good morning, everyone. I have the privilege today to introduce our keynote speaker, Captain Michael Sasser of Austin Travis County EMS. Michael has a 32-year career in EMS. It's been marked by service, leadership, and unwavering commitment to patients. He began his path briefly as an EMT in Georgia before joining the United States Navy, serving as an aircraft crash and salvage lead petty officer aboard an aircraft carrier. After his military service, he returned to civilian EMS in Georgia, including 5 years with the renowned Grady EMS service. He's also served as a paramedic with FEMA, where he responded to Hurricane Katrina. For the past 19 years, Michael has served Austin Travis County EMS. There, he's been on the forefront of innovation. For the past decade, he's been a leader in their community health paramedicine program. He was instrumental in both launching and developing their buprenorphine program. And today he serves as the opioid program case manager, where he walks alongside patients in some of their most difficult moments, helping them get sober, stay sober, and in many cases, saving their lives. Michael's expertise has been recognized not only in the field, but in academia, with publications in the National Institute of Health's Prehospital Emergency Care Medical Journal. And at the national level, he's been invited to provide input on policy development with the White House's Office of National Drug Control Policy. And while this meeting today rightly focuses on data, Michael's story reminds us that behind every data set, behind every PCR, are real patients, real families, and real lives changed. So please join me in welcoming my friend and our keynote speaker today, Captain Michael Sasser.
Wow, I did all that. Can you hear me? Is it on? Since it is. It working?
Goodness.
Cool. Hi. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Mike Sasser. I'm from Austin, Texas. And I have slides too. We're working on it. I'll go ahead and warn you guys, this one's gonna be a little different from what you guys have been looking at for the last couple of days, but it'll be fun. Yeah. Move it up. Chris will turn that to give me adjustments. Oh, sorry. Is that better? Cool. You got a thumbs up in the very back. Thanks, sir. What I want to talk to you today about is our community health program and how we were able to connect with our patients in ways that we didn't even believe when we started this thing. There were goals that we had and ideas that we had, and they were very vague, and I really didn't know what I was doing when I got started. But it evolved into things that we didn't really know. Little background about me, like you said, I started out in Atlanta in 93. I wasn't old enough to drive the ambulance at my first day on service. So I was hired into the premise that I would do nothing patient care for the first year and a half. And then I moved, then I decided to join the Navy because I was frustrated because I couldn't do anything. And so I worked at crash rescue under aircraft carrier. And then from there, I went back to Atlanta and I worked at Grady Hospital. I was an FTO and all those things there at Grady. And then Hurricane Katrina got me home to Texas. I spent 4.5 months, I think, living out of a tent, eating of our eatings, doing all that kind of stuff with the disaster relief. And then I got home to Texas and I started Austin Travis County 19 years ago last week. Yes, I'm old, retired. Thanks to my military service. And then I moved over to community health, our community health program 9 years ago. And if you're familiar with the MIH, 9 years ago, the landscape of MIH was really out there. Like it was the Wild West. We had no idea. The direct about this get into was chase your passion, find something that matters, just go do awesome stuff. That was my boss's motto to me, was just go do awesome stuff. And I didn't really understand what I was getting into. It seemed cool. It sounded like fun, so I was in for it. Social determinants of health is kind of what we were talking about. And I really, when I first started it, I honestly didn't quite make sense of that until one day I realized, like, oh wait, that's me. That's what I do. Like I deal with all the social things that affect people's health. Oh, that makes sense. So when I started doing that, I cut my teeth for the first little bit in working homeless services. I was doing my street medicine thing and out in the camps, working in joint efforts with law enforcement and social workers, that sort of thing. And through that process, I met my friend Mark Casey. Me and Mark changed the direction of Life Grabber. Mark created 2013, created the Texas Overdose Naloxone Initiative. They lobbied at the state level to make it okay for people to carry Narcan publicly, which you had to change laws to get a third-party prescription. And then as Dr. Tirado put it, he courted me for 9 months. The next thing I know, I wrote a prescription for the entire state of Texas. But Mark inspired me because I personally had 22 years in recovery myself. And when I met Mark, he inspired me to start to look at our profession. We were trying to figure out what stopped and what worked. And Mark brought it out in the open. He made it seem like something. And I naturally gravitated towards trying to help people who struggle with the same things that I had struggled with. And if I would have built something that people in that could build this alone with, right? But I also had no clue how to do this. I had no clue how to build a program or write project proposal or any of that stuff. I was just a straight medic. I've been a straight medic my whole life. Like since I was 24 months of driving English. And when Mark made me really kind of look at our profession and say, what are we doing? Like we owe these people more. There's an entire patient population we are neglecting that we are not doing anything for. And people are having to go through terrible things by themselves. They hate to figure out what to support this. And so I was doing my street medicine thing. I remember vividly, I was going to meet with the needle exchange van to do some wound care stuff. And Mark showed up and hijacked me. So that's kind of stuff Mark does. He showed up with a representative from the Health and Human Services and said, hey, I've got $500,000 grant money to build the opioid program. Do you want to do that? And I was like, that's not my beer. Yeah, let's do that instead. So I was like, good. So I took the Health and Human Services people to my leadership, and they all went into a room to talk to the boring grand stuff. And I went back out of the street and started a little lighting, right? And then I'll be perfectly honest with you. When I started this thing, my vision, my idea, what was really driving me was I thought it'd be really cool to give somebody a Narcan cake and they get a phone call or a text message saying, hey, I used that to save somebody's life. I thought that would be a really cool experience. What I did not realize that it was going to take less than a week once I started doing it. We're going to need a lot of Narcan because we owe the community. But we were getting all this grant money, right? Until we weren't. I will never forget where I was. I was underneath the bridge to South Boston when my chief called me and said, hey, man, I'm sorry. I didn't really want to do this opioid thing. This isn't, I'm not going to get any of this money. We're getting nothing. And I said, well, if I can figure out how to do this for no money, can I do it? I said, you can figure that out. I'm going to care what you do. And I said, damn. But what I realized was that just if we didn't get the grant money, didn't mean everybody else did. So I just started like getting other people's grants to give us money. So that was the 962 doses of Narcan that I weaseled out of Wake County's grant. I ultimately found programming through Lugana Trail, San Antonio, UT Health, all these different places. And they said, hey, will you give us some Narcan so we can give it to the community? And they ate. And so that was me. I started. Once we were there, I was like, okay, this is what we're going to do. And so what I started with was an old Cognos report. And I realized it's a data conference and saying we're Cognos may have triggered a few of you. I'm sorry for that. But it was a Cognos report of everybody in the system that received Narcan yesterday for whatever reason. And so in addition to my homeless duties, I would come in and sit down every day and just read through everybody's report until I found somebody that thought I could help. Okay. So the first person that I found that I could help was a guy named John. John, he moved to Austin from Dallas. And when he moved from Dallas, he lost contact all his recovery resources and he relapsed. He'd been in treatment, I think, 4 times in Dallas. When I knocked on his door, I was so excited about him to do this. And when I knocked on his door, I had realized that I had given zero thought into what I was actually going to say when he opened the door. And so when he opened the door, I was standing there, I'm like, hey, man, are you okay? Like I was reading the report yesterday. It sounds like you had a really bad day. Are you okay? Is there anything I have to do to help? And I'll never forget that conversation because he looked at me and he said, I don't think anybody's ever asked me that question. And no, I'm not okay. Come in, please. And so I came inside the house, I sat down and I talked to him. We talked for about 20 minutes or so. And he told me about going to treatment and all those kinds of things. And he said that he'd been motivated. He always wanted to try a medication program, but he didn't know how that worked or how that started with that or anything like that. And so I was like, well, I don't need it, but I can figure it out. So I called my friend Mark. And I was like, how do we get this started? How do we do this? We set him up for the program. He was so moved by the fact that he did this, and it changed his life forever. He went back to art school. His partner decided to get sober. It changed everything for him. It was 20 minutes by time, a couple of phone calls. Is all it took. It meant so much to him that he wrote us a letter because he kept asking me, like, is this a thing you guys do? And I was like, not yet, but I'm trying to make it a thing. Trusting spinning out. And so when he started doing so he wrote this letter about how much it mattered to him and how much change it was. And it was just 20 minutes. And so I was like, this is the thing. This is what we need to do. Right. And so what I ended up doing was I realized the little thing that I learned from that is we were going to need resources and places to connect people to. giving him just an arcade wasn't going to be enough, right? That's just a fire extinguisher. Put out the fire for people who are plaguing fire. Is all the Narcan is. It's a beautiful, wonderful drug. I've seen it work more times than I wish I'd had to in the last 32 years. But at the end of the day, like, we got to more. So I knew we were going to need resources. So that's what I did. I look at the resources. Anybody who wears his uniform understands that wearing a uniform tends to make other people uncomfortable, especially when people take this because we dress like cops. And so I just used that to my advantage. So I went to the local Oshbach clinic, the Oshbach Mevino clinic. I walked inside and turned on my radio real loud as I walked through the door to one of the receptions. Like, I didn't find somebody in charge, please. She's like, okay. And the next thing you know, I'm staying in a room in Wake Up Garage. And she's like, why are you here? What's happening? What bad? What does matter? And I'm like, hi, my paramedic. Let's start the staying with overdose and go see if they need help. I find somebody species that they need help. What do I do next? She was like, that's amazing. Here's my phone number. And she became a great resource for us. Like, she came over, taught classes for us. She's still a resource for us today. Like, I would call her with cases that I'm in them, like, hey, what does this look like to you? And that went so well with her that I went ranked at every place I would find. It just bowled my way in and said, I didn't trust them to yours, please. I acted all official, even though it wasn't really all that official. And they couldn't have told me just leave, but they didn't. And they were willing to participate. And what I realized is that the addiction medicine community, I didn't have to explain to them like that their patients were experiencing crisis every day. I just had to remind them, like, hey, when that happens, we're the ones that are there. So how about just getting back to you? I would just get you started. And so we started learning more and more about addiction medicine and treatment, all that kind of stuff, specifically with opioid. What we learned is that medication is key, right? The relapse rate from without medication when they're recovering from opioid use disorder, I used to say it was over 80% because then if I'm working through this one, I was kind of fact checking myself, and I came across a new study from Michigan recently that said it's actually over 90%. The relapse rate without medication over 90%. It drops to about 40 to 50%. But what I always think about is like, that's people who didn't have to roll the dice. Like, all those people didn't have to risk what's out there right now. Because it's out there in our world, the fentanyl, it's dangerous and scary. And with opioid use disorder, it's a common brain disease, so it has to be managed. And so medication is the best way to kind of stabilize it and do that. Free medications you usually use your naltrexone, methadone, and ibuprofen. Methadone is just unknown. We don't play with it. There's too much regulation. It's too difficult. All that kind of stuff. You're playing around with come away, and it just never worked out. Naltrexone doesn't do enough for the patient to manage the symptoms of what they're experiencing, but buprenorphine is great. Buprenorphine works really, really well. The reason buprenorphine works so well is because you can't overdose off it. You can't abuse it. It just deals with the sick. It just makes you feel okay. So we built our buprenorphine bridge program through this. And so the idea behind the buprenorphine bridge program is that, because I always tell my team there's only two questions, besides the questions that actually matter when you talk to somebody who's struggling with opioid use or already under substance use disorder. And that is, number one, do you use every day? Number two, do you get sick when you stop? Because the answer to that is yes. I know what your life looks like. I know that every day that person's going to wake up sick. They're only going to get sicker until they do whatever it is that they have to do and risk whatever it is that they have to risk to get something to just not feel miserable. Because that's what addiction is really about, right? It's never a quest. It's just to not feel miserable. And so we build a program. And so the idea is that we'll come dose you, and then we'll make a phone call, find the treatment program, set up an intake, and then we're going to see you every day to manage your symptoms, make you feel okay, support you, connect your resources, peer coaching, meetings, whatever it takes to me. So we're going to support you in that process and then connect you off. We do warping enough to trigger pro use. The clinic docs love that because they never get that. They're not used to dealing with DMS people. We're very thorough and people report. So they love doing that. Our other education averages out to about 4.5 days. And so we started in 2020. For me, this really started, we kind of were kicking around the idea in 2019, passing out emails about the Camden, New Jersey program, because they were the first ones that actually started this. And I remember the Christmas party, 2019, our former medical director, Dr. Pickett, came up to me and he said, hey, man, I had 3 conversations with the DEA about you this week. And I was like, dude, it's a terrible way to start. Doesn't any hawkers, just you're a hawker. Don't ever start a conversation get related like that, especially somebody working on your medical license. Yeah, because I called them to figure out what it would look like to allow paramedics to do this, and they gave me 3 different answers. We weren't really sure because they said, no, we never done it before. I said, no, you definitely do it. We just have to figure everything out. And at the time, there was the X waiver, and there was a whole bunch of other stuff in the regulation piece of it. Now all that stuff's gone away. And, last I heard, the DEA is trying with that vehicle to start using people are fit more. So it worked out pretty well. But the first person I ever dosed was a guy named Josh. I had met Josh doing outreach and working through different programs and stuff like that. And they gave me the medicine on a Friday. They said, "Here you go. You're alive. You're the one that's going to carry it for a little while. Go change the world." And I was like, "All right, on, game on." And so the next day, it was a Saturday. It was about 8 o'clock. I was getting ready to go home. But and Josh called me. He called me and he said, "Hey, man, I'm sick. I'm scared. And I didn't want to do this shit anymore." And I said, "Stay right there. I'm on my way." And so I'm with the foundry. And in true EMS fashion, I gave the very first dose of buprenorphine in our system behind a parking garage in the dark out in the woods. And that's what we did, right? And so the next day, I met Josh behind his movie theater. I think the next day after that, I met her for a follow-up on her bridge. But on the fourth day, I met him at his sister's house. Because his sister had said he's stable, he's working on things, so doing what he needs to, I'll help him. And so he went in with her. The last time I saw Josh after that, it was about 1.5 years, 2 years later. I ran into him at a gas station, and he gave me a business card for his landscaping business that he started. So I knew from that first interaction that we were onto something, and this is going to be a thing. And so we started doing this, and there was a lot of lessons learned. When I started putting together lessons learned, by the way, I had a review on this. I could go for hours on the things that we've learned in the last several years of doing this. But the one that stick out the most to me is the importance of "are you okay?" Because we all start the conversation that way. I teach my team, when you go out and see somebody do a follow-up, start with 2 questions. Are you okay? Yeah, we help. Because that's what matters. Because these people are forgotten. They've been let down by so many people, and it's not something they're very proud of. It's something that we'll talk about. I know that because I didn't talk about my rate for years. Like, I kept it private and kept it personal because I was worried about how people in our industry were going to look at me and how they were going to treat me once they found out what I. So it was really, really important to me to start that. And so we still do this today, all these years later. We started the conversation. Are you okay? How can we help? Our reputation in the community. This one was a little bit more of a challenge. This involves getting our entire field and our entire department to buy into it. We have around 600 paramedics plus, I think, that are in our system. And so you have to make sure that we had to make sure that everybody in our system looked at it from the same way, treating people with respect, which actually wasn't that hard when she started living paramedics. Because I spent 23 years doing EMS before I came over to community health. And so I remember vividly what it's like to be there for somebody who experienced an overdose, who's filled with guilt and shame and hating themselves and just embarrassed and all those kinds of things. And the only thing that we've ever been able to do as EMS providers for that situation is maybe not be a joke about it, right? Maybe try and be a little subordinate or compassionate or something like that. And so I took the debate in every hospital break room and every station I could to talk to people about stigma and where this comes from and all those things, and really got our team to buy in, right? And our whole party to buy in and say, I told them all, I truly word to the box. I did hear from you. If you're sitting out with somebody in this situation and you want to help them, call us. We'll do that. And so that was huge. And that was a long struggle to get that going. But we still fight that every day. It's proven value in something living in the academy, every academy class they teach a whole class, let's sing and all that kind of stuff to them. And then the word of mouth controls. This is what we didn't really quite see coming where we did. The way that we impacted people and they were told right inside. Big Raul. Raul immigrated from Honduras, I believe it was, with his mother, his father, his 4 younger siblings. But they were living in South Austin, and his father got COVID and died. And Raul was in that random house that they took his mom and his siblings. And he really was up by the fact that he lost his father naturally. And one of his friends told him, like, hey, man, if you use the settle, you won't think about it as much. He said, I'll do it. Okay, whatever. So he got it. And you get it again and again and again, and he kept doing it until he started getting sick and getting scared and he didn't know what to do. And so he had a friend who apparently got the DUI and had to go to like alcohol classes who met up here. And And that gear friend of mine that I worked with called me up and said, "Hey, I got this kid who's sick. He doesn't know what to do. And you guys help him?" I was like, "Sure, all the way. Let's do it." Um, um, but what happened with Randall was interesting. Is trying to do. Sorry, I got the stories mixed in. But what actually happened with Raul, he was trying to support his family. He got a job at a pizza place right behind his apartment complex. And he went to work one day and he decided not to use because he was going to try and do what's right. He started getting dope sick while he was at work. And so he's sitting there at work, starting to sweaty, drinking all the things, getting miserable. And his manager, the pizza's wife, flopped up to him and she recognized what was going on with it. The reason she recognized what was going on with it was because 9 months before that, I went to her apartment. I went to her apartment to talk to her ex-boyfriend. I think very rudely, being not interested in my services. But when he heard me talking to her, I mean, when she heard me talking to him, his girlfriend second running and said, "Hey, I want the help. Will you help me?" I said, "Absolutely. Let's do this." And so I started her on dedication. I connected her to an inpatient program, with a buddy program, a living program, and to a recovery coach program, all these different things. And she would do it. And she would do really, really well. That she would make the pizza place. But she recognized what was going on with Jake. She was up. She walked up to him and she handed him a piece of paper with my phone number on it. She said, "This guy saved my life and he can save yours." So she sent him home today. Raul called me. I went over there. I met him. I dosed him. We carried him for a couple of days, handing him off. I think he suddenly lunch like 3 years later to take a restaurant because he's that big dude. And it's huge. Like we can see that we have our own advocates now because we help people. Which brings me more again. Like I was talking about how our field providers are doing or usually want to do this. And they really give instructions to use this as a tool in their toolbox. So Morgan was she sprays this. She was at a rock bottom for about 2 days. This particular day, she overdosed, woke up in the hospital in the yard, immediately signed herself on A&A, went out, scored dope and went home. She called. One of the other things we talk a lot about harm reduction in our system and trying to get people that the tools that they need to be safe. And one of the ones that I campaign with a lot is that and trying to get out there to everybody is to never use a low phone number and the safe spot phone numbers and all these other ones. And for those of you who aren't familiar with their harm reduction phone number, he was non-branded on the other end of the phone. But when you call and say, "Hey, I'm alone and I'm about to do drugs, and I just want you safe." So what they do is they work through a safety plan. They get everything set up for you, and then they just stay on the phone with you and say, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah, how you doing? You're okay?" And if you stop answering, they add you safety point. They call 911. They do that. And so Morgan was at her house. We were about to all ourselves. She called the number, and she stopped responding. So they called 911. They said an ambulance there, and our crew pulled up. And the guy just pulled up, should have really called you. They could give guy as an awesome paramedic. Jake, yeah, they're a lot of fun. And Jay pulled up in front of the apartment complex and in fact footed in vehicle cues. He was climbing out of the bus. Anybody who's ever done that knows that you just blast the entire like area with giant siren. And so he did that. And everybody in the apartment complex came outside. What is that? And every door opened except for two. And he goes, "You don't bet 100 bags." And so when Jay gets to the door, he found her dog freaking out in that apartment, running back and forth to the bathroom. He knew something was going on. So he busted the door down. He brought her in and he found her. And they gave her some Narcan. They woke her up. So doing. But Jade was like, "I'm not going to leave you very well, and I'm not going to do this to you. Like this is it. Like we're not feeling this." So he called our team. He sent our lead case manager over there. I went over there and started helping her and kind of making sure she would work. We called some of her friends in her recovery community, and they came over and they sat with her and helped her to make sure she's safe. We dosed her for a couple of days, done her in the true med, and she started doing really well. And about her 6 month sober, she called me on and said, "Hey, I want to meet paramedic." I said, "Well, I see you got it." I put him on the service, so in case from her party, and I took her to the station. They hugged, they cried, it was beautiful, right? It was amazing. But this is our team, our department using this program and using this as a tool in their toolbox, right? And then, and more than 1 year, right? I know 1 year sobriety, she sent me this. That's her second letter PhD school at the Austin Community College. So we're quite excited about getting to have the Morgan. You guys like the NERIS? And we did it. Definitely. I threw in a couple of numbers. So far, since we started this program, we've made 700 cases. That's over 3,250 deficits in the market, buprenorphine recruitment system. And one of the things about buprenorphine that I was kind of talking about is it has such an affinity for those Bu receptors or opioid receptors, but it actually binds to it in a way that like one dose of buprenorphine actually provides the overdose protection in 24 hours. Just had it one dose of their system. And so it's really important to be. So today, when I look at that not as 3,000 doses of medicine that we gave. I look at that as 3,000 times that somebody didn't have to put a needle in themselves or roll the dice that it was a syringe filled with fentanyl and it might get it last. And that's how I look at that. We've done over 7,000 substance use treatments. We didn't actually start tracking those for everybody in the beginning, so that I still say argue that the number's probably a lot higher at this point. And the big one that ever catches a lot of attention is the 93% of 93% of the people that we dose medicine connect to another program. That means that we give them something more definitive and they move on from what we're doing to. I argue that our success rate is higher than 93% because 100% of the time is sometimes that somebody didn't have to roll the test. Somebody didn't have to take that risk and do that. And so 93 is great, 93% is great, kind of turns a lot of heads. What I hear from doctors and clinics and programs is that our patients stay more engaged and stick around a lot longer in programs and do much, much better because they've been heard and supported while they're getting started. They had a week of somebody on their house to encourage can be to be there, be a turn on this on your success story waiting to happen. Let's do this. Like is what they get. And so it's huge. And like I said, when I started this thing, my whole idea, my whole session was want to give something in our day, and they had them text me or call me or tell me that they used it, and I just stayed out of me feel good. And let's all put it money too. But now I get all kinds of text messages. A lot more interesting text messages now. For people who have been new to C festival, okay. The one there's one of the ones you're talking about today was Elfast. I was actually pretty old business. So the law school now. He would work for 1 3 days. And they reach out to us, they tell us like how they're doing because they feel so good in the preliminaries to work through that. So, and I get these messages every week from our team and all that good stuff. I show them these slides, these text messages all in the list. Everybody sees them. They all want the same thing. The baby, right? Can happen with the baby. That was Rachel. Rachel, I first known her from 19s, but she's living in split G. She was on the streets, had been on the streets for a while. She was also, as the once described, phenomenally bipolar. It's a little weird to see somebody, a pregnant woman, be escorted out of a labor and delivery unit by security and then given a criminal trespass in the hospital. But I saw that happen with her because it was a difficult road for her. She went through. We went through sober living programs. We went through all kinds of programs to get her the things that she needed. And then she just did a sex message. And when I got the picture, I got the message that she was okay. I was like, that's the dual sex message I had never got, right? Until she sent me this one. Oh. And I was like, that's so cool, right? That's pretty amazing, right? What's even cooler is this was a couple months to it. They're amazing. Okay. And I talked to Raven to Tunisia. I talk to Rachel all the time. He's now Rachel does outreach. Outreach and interviewed. So when she finds people who are struggling and need help, she calls us because we built our own community liaison who's been through this, who's taken her from that storage unit to unparked. And Noah's doing great. She's adorable, super playful. This is what we built for. This is how we connect your community. I see this. I never looked for dating the birthday has pregnant. I've got a couple of other pictures too that we got quite a bit. But we're struggling with very cool to have children and get through it, clean their life up, and put it back together. And so that was this has been so much more than we ever anticipated when we did this. When we came up with this, and it's changed my life very quickly. And me and Mark specifically, my friend Mark can't stay for the one thing that changed everything. Mark died a few years ago. We lost him about 2 years ago. And Mark used to put a slide in cell care. Did every Narcan training and everything they spoke every time he did public speaking, he would put this slide in there. And so this is just my way of honor and life management. So thank you all for having me, for listening. If anybody has any questions, I'm available. Yes, sir.
Can you talk a little bit about letter T? How many, are using and documentation? How you take in the patient's documentation?
So in our team now, we started with just me, and we started to spread it out and get it to everybody that comes to our division. And our division is now 15 people. And so there's an entire piece of that is our C4 division, which are up at looking at the 911 system, watching, trying to figure out where we could intervene. Can I send a single responder to that? Can I do that? And then looking for mental health crisis, substance use related stuff. And then they tag our team. We had 5 24-hour responders that are working on a 24/72. So we had basically these 5 people dedicated every day. We're in the process of getting more. What's crazy is this has been so effective that in the middle of everybody in budget crisis, we just had approved for 8 positions in our division. And nobody else got anything when they were doing the budget stuff. When we started SNM, now there's there's always at least 5 to 7 people on the street every day, all day. So if somebody is experiencing withdrawals or other, and this comes up, they can respond and they can start the case. We have a couple of case managers kind of come behind and make sure that we get appointments set up and all that kind of stuff. For our initial visit, because that's a little bit more involved, we do an ESL chart. And we do just a PCR for that one. And then for the follow-up doses, we document the Apricot social solutions platform. And we use that as our VMR for it. And then we manage our dark cities. We medically leave more visit our guy as you're out there in actually. Yeah. That juice post. Yeah. Anybody else? Cool. Well, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you.
Thanks very much, Michael. We truly appreciate that. And I'm a little biased. I worked in that system. So by all means, pull them aside, ask some questions. If you have any additional questions, I can help as well. But we really appreciate you coming and sharing those stories of all the great work that you're doing. So we're going to give everyone about 10 minutes to collect your thoughts and get ready for the rest of the day. So be back in 10.
Great. Welcome back. Great presentation by Michael. That was wonderful to hear. It's interesting. I don't think the journey is as far as people think from someone who's actually on the street behind the movie theater doing that kind of work, and the folks who sit in this room and sit in a quiet space and code all day. I don't think the distance is as far as we often think, right? I was in EMS long ago enough that really there was no stories. There was no availability to actually look at the value of what EMS does on a daily basis, other than people like Michael who could put together presentations. Every single bit, every 0 and 1 that we collect are these stories, right? So this is incredible, and I appreciate everyone who spends their days trying to make us able to tell these stories with data. We did make a modification, as I mentioned at the beginning of the day, to allow us to talk a little bit about, I think it was Keenan and it was Peter from the East and others who said, hey, let's spend some time talking about the transition to version 3.5.1. Before we do that, let's talk about what do we need to finish up with the critical patch. And there was also a request to kind of talk about what is a major versus minor revision and what do we have in the coffer that's major or minor. Give us a feel for what that looks like, and then we can talk about, down the road if we need to do another version, what it might look like. So those are the topics. Casey's going to help me cover these things. I'm going to start. So let's begin and talk a little bit about the critical patch. We'll go through a little bit of history and then kind of bring us all up to date as to kind of where we are. So those things that are checked off have been completed, right? So the critical patch came out that allows us to add another element that is sex, e-patient 25. I think we're all okay there, right? The vendors have gone through the process. Amanda has done a stellar job of trying to help with compliance from our end. Each state, I can't imagine some of the political journey that you had to take. Some states it was probably easy, other states was hard to decide what to do with the gender element and the sex element. Thank you for what you've done. And then, of course, the vendors, as we learned over the last few days, literally had to complete another version of NEMSIS within 6 weeks. Right, basically. So it's an incredible journey for all of us. So thank you. Let's talk about the area there in the yellow star there. So in about a month from now, NEMSIS will be prepared to be able to accept 3.5.1. We'll talk about that timeline and that migration as the next topic. But about the same time, in about a month, the critical patch will come out for 3.5.0 and for 3.5.1 that changes the reoccurrence e-patient 25 to 1-to-1, meaning it needs to be in the record. E25 will need to be in the XSDs. And if it's not, it will not pass the XSD validation. And what needs to be present, or I'm jumping ahead of myself, so that reoccurrence will be changed. That critical patch will come out. CP6 for 3.5, CP2 for 3.5.1. The only change that will be present there will be changing this from a 0-to-1 to a 1-to-1. So it has to be in the file. We'll put out all of these things that are associated with that small change, republish the dictionary, all the things on the website. Then a month later, so that will be out, a month later, we at the NEMSIS TAC will turn on CP6 and CP2 on November 4th, so that if we get a record on November 5th where the reoccurrence hasn't changed, that record will fail. So as of that date, at the national level, it will need to be present in the record, and there'll need to be either a valid value and a pertinent negative or a not value there, right? So this will change to 1-to-1, and either of these three values, the element will need to be present in the file. One of these will be chosen, or a pertinent negative can be used, or a not value. It can be left blank. And in that case, it is completed with a not recorded. So is that kind of clear to folks as to that process? So that's, yes, Sam.
So thinking through the whole chain here, after 11.4, if a state has decided that they only want to accept gender, they're collecting gender in the collect and send product. That sends it to the state repo system. When the state repo system does their strip of national level or state level elements, they would make sure e-patient 25 is there, whether it was collected in the EPCR or not. And then they would have it as either not reporting or the pertinent negative.
Okay, Sam. So thanks for describing that. Can you do it one more time?
Sure.
So the collect and send, it's in there.
Collect and send is doing e-patient 13 only.
Okay, but e-patient 25 is in there, is in the new file because of CP6.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, okay,
so because if
okay.
the state comes back and says, right, that we don't want e-patient 25.
Okay, yeah.
So the field provider, they send gender. So you're saying at that point, the collect and send, when they send it to the state, if they've accepted that new critical patch, but have e-patient 13 with the value, e-patient 25 is not reporting or whatever the decision is, that would go to the state product. State product would then forward it on. Or the other way is the state product would say, I need to now add an e-patient 25 with this value in.
Okay, great. Let's talk about that. Yeah. So if the receive and process product is updated to the latest CP6 or CP2, and the collect and send product tries to send a record without e-patient 25 in it, it will fail. So it'll fail at the agency level.
Okay. But now, right now, we're in the case where I can send a record that has e-patient 25 and it will fail
Right.
because the state hasn't accepted the current critical patch. So my concern as a vendor is how are we going to know
That the collection sand
has
or that the
updated?
states, yeah. Okay.
Right.
Okay, good. So great question. So are people following that? That's a great, Felicia?
Alicia from Utah. I thought in earlier discussions that you were going to allow it to come through without failing, regardless of if we chose patient 25 or not.
So say the question again. I'm sorry.
I thought in earlier discussions, maybe like months ago, who knows now, you were going to still allow e-patient 13 to come through without the critical patch, and it wouldn't fail the record. It would still come through to the state, and then it would go as a not value to NEMSIS if we didn't have e-patient 25.
Great. So you asked two questions. So thank you, Felicia. So if you continue to fill out e-patient 13, I think the state will accept that. Maybe a state will choose not to accept that. We will accept that. We cut that element off and we safe harbor it. So that's e-patient 13. Now, e-patient 25, yeah, with as it currently stands right now with the critical patch, it's a 0 to 1. It doesn't need to be there. The 0 doesn't need to be there. As of this date, as of November 4th, at least at the national level, it has to be there, but it can be blank. It can have a not value, or it can have a negative or a value. So does that help?
So we still accept e-patient 13. It'll go to you guys as blank. E-patient 25 will. It's in our form.
E-patient 13 will come to us, and e-patient 25 will come to us.
So we can change nothing and Interoperability and not have fails from the agency's records to us, correct?
Yeah. I think the options that have been made available will ensure that if you have e-patient 25 in your record, regardless of what you choose to do with e-patient 13, as long as e-patient 25 is there and it's blank or it's filled out, your records will work as of November 4th. But if Sam's question is a good one, right? Like associated with every version, but this one is a little bit more like hard stop, right? That if the collect and send hasn't made the move to CP6 or CP2 as of that date between these two dates, then the record will fail to even go to the state level. So there are other questions about what would work, what will pass, what will fail, because I think we need to talk about resources and education between all of us, let alone our providers, right, as to what we'll do to smooth this transition. But do all the parties kind of understand the timeline? Okay, good. So this is a timing issue. So how do we as an industry, how do we as folks that are working together to make sure that this serves our patients and our providers best? What information do the states want to know, and what information do the vendors want to know? And is there something that the NEMSIS TAC can do to facilitate that information? Did I see a hand? Oh, yeah, Gavin.
So obviously I can only really speak from my state. We made Critical Patch 5 available in early July. So we are accepting e-patient 25 and e-patient 13. We try to send out an email to our vendors every 2 to 3 weeks just to kind of check in. This is our plan. This is the timeline that we're looking at. So I think that onerous is really on all of us to kind of open those conversations, have those transparent communications and make sure that we're planning accordingly. I do think the importance of this data, we really need to avoid any kind of interruption. So I just want to say thank you to the vendors for working with my team the last few months.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's no compliance testing associated with from the NEMSIS TAC associated with just We compliance test to make sure that e-patient 25 was put in correctly and that the deprecation was done correctly. We will not compliance test just to change that recurrence. So an idea, right? Should the NEMSIS TAC be reaching out to vendors and asking when they've completed the process of changing their recurrence for the vendors and posting it on our website? Like with,
I think state send and receive needs to have such an update. I was saying that I think each send and receive for each state needs to have it updated when we can start sending, because what I don't want to be is a vendor for a collect and whatever is on 11.1 trying to switch everything over. If I can switch everything over between 10.1 and 11.4, like in an orderly fashion, that's what I want to do.
yes. Okay. I got it. So that makes sense to me, right? That maybe we can be communicating with the receiving process, making sure that we're communicating to each of the states when they're switching, when they pull the switch. That's great. Great. Yes, Jen. Jen right there. Yeah, sorry.
So would that communication for the receiving process vendors come from the receiving process vendor, or is it going to come from the state? Because right now, Gavin has done a great job communicating. That was applause, Gavin, for Texas. We know exactly what they want. We know exactly when they're doing it. It's much murkier for almost every other state. So are we asking the receiving process vendors to tell the agencies and the collect and send vendors when that has to be in place? Or are we asking the states to communicate that?
Yeah, it's a good question, Jen. I'll just speak, and I may be naive here, but I don't know that we need to know when the states are making that switch, because it's not really a change for the switch for the states. Really, it's kind of a technical change. So probably just so we need to communicate with ImageTran and with ESO and with Texas and with others to make sure that we have their date known to the states. Is that? Yeah.
Some, hey, we know that XYZ state is going to go. Can you communicate it to us? Sorry, on the V3 call.
Right. And we're not going to communicate to you a state's ready to go. We're going to communicate to you that a receiving process is ready to go.
Yeah, that would probably be beneficial
to
what Sam's saying as well, because you have a large audience of everybody involved at that time.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Frank.
Frank with CARES. So I honestly have I guess just a foundation question that I don't understand. Are there states that are not going to adopt CP6 or CP2?
I don't think there are, but if a state plans not to allow CP6 or CP2, raise your hand.
Please raise your hand.
Yeah, please don't raise your hand. Go ahead, Keenan.
Right. So the question is two-part, right? It's who is going to enforce the XSD so that 25 is 1-to-1 versus who wants 25 filled out or doesn't care, right? So it's two different questions.
Yeah, and Keenan, does the second question matter, whether they choose to leave it blank or fill it out? Does that make a difference?
It matters as soon as they start enforcing it, right? As soon as schematrons are written against it or not.
Oh, true, for schematron. Yeah. Whether records are fail or not is kind of that. Are people going to change from 0 to 1? And I think, were there any? We'll answer that first question.
And then if they don't implement the allowance for 25, those XMLs will fail because they won't have the node at all, or they will have the node and the node isn't expected in the XSD. That makes sense?
I think so. The XSD will just fail because right here, there will be a 0. Right. Is that what you're saying, Keenan? Okay. Yeah, the XSD, right, we need to have a 0 or a 1 or it will fail.
All right, what was I going to say? So I think like you can switch to CP6 now. There's no need for a date. I mean, that's like the real takeaway, I think, unless a state's not going to adopt it and they're going to continue with e-patient 13, then there might be a real issue.
Well, right. Well, they could continue with e-patient 13. They can do anything they want with e-patient 13, but they've got to.
Any vendor sending them a PCR without 25. If they switch to CP6 today, any vendor that was sending into their state system with a tag for 25 would, without a tag for 25, would fail XSD.
Right. That's what we're talking to Sam about, right? Is we need to know when the receiving processes are going to change to a 1-to-1, right? When they're going to do CP6 or CP6.
Because even if we send that node with a not recorded value, we have to be able to send that node, where it won't be able to send that node if we haven't done the work for that state.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
And then, so we've talked about the technical part, right? Needing the tag within the XML file. User agencies, that means nothing to them, right? Do they have to change their user interface to start collecting that element in that state to be reported? That's the other part of the question that is still unclear from the states.
Right.
Not just direct entry, but there's third-party submitters, right? So,
well, right. And that could have all been done here.
It could have.
It could have.
Some states have, but not all states. And so there's still that question of, do you want not recorded in 25, not reporting, or do you want no e-patient 13 and you do want e-patient 25? Like how they're making this switch within their state is still extremely unclear in most of the states.
Thank you. Yeah.
So how you guys are implementing with the nodes is fantastic. But we need to make sure we get all of the information beyond the technical to how it's being implemented within the states.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I apologize, Frank. I apologize. So I think the first decision we made here, right, is that we need to know when receiving processes go, and then the next question is, can the TAC do a better job of describing exactly what each state wants, or some where there being a catalog of what states are planning to do. So I think we could try to do that better. So between now and November 4th, we'll try to do a better job of collecting. Yeah, Jen.
No, October.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So a good deadline for us is by October 1st. We need to make sure that we have a clear listing of what each state is wanting to do. And Jen, because this is being recorded, what exactly do you want to know? I've worked with Jen way too, yeah.
So what we need to know is, does the state want to continue to collect gender only and have a not value or some other value in e-patient 25 for sex? Do they want to collect sex only and not include e-patient 13? Or do they want both? We need to know exactly what they're expecting so we can let our crews know.
Okay, so just those three things. Anything else? Vendors? Keenan?
And Brian from Alaska says it would also be good for states to let people know what their time frame for that implementation is. So are they going on the 1st with the expectation of October, or are they really only expecting it by the 4th of November?
Go, Keenan.
Okay, so 4 things. Frank?
Okay. So I think that just what version they're going to be on what day. Yeah, like from my perspective, it doesn't, we'll just stay on CP5 for an extended period until everyone's moved. But I think for anyone else, they need to know what version the state's going to be on what day.
You mean 3.5.0, 3.5.1? Or are you talking about CP5?
The whole thing with the CP. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what version they will be on October 1? Yeah. We still need to have the other 3 things, the other 4 things.
So everyone has to move to the critical patch. So just telling us when the state, or if the state is going to take the critical patch, doesn't help us as a vendor plan for, do we need to send e-patient 13? Do we send to e-patient 25 with a valid value, with a not value, with a pertinent negative? Like, we have to have that information.
Yeah. I think we all do know that some states.
I think we all do know that some states don't exactly meet the deadline on some versions. So I think it is important to know, is there a chance of you going to CP6 in the next 6 months? Or is that not even realistic? Because you do need to plan for that, because you can't send CP6 files, right? To CP5 state.
Yeah. So I think it's more information, right? I think we're okay collecting 5 things instead of 3. Keenan.
The third data point maybe is if for some reason they expect the e-patient 13 tag to be excluded from the XML, wholesale excluded.
Okay, rather than just deprecated.
Rather than deprecated.
Yeah, so that's a great additional question. So, and let's just ask it, because that's a broad stroke thing. Is there any state that's going to mandate that e-patient 13 not even be present in the XSD? Yeah, I would imagine that we'll ask Keenan to make, we don't have every state here, but I think it may not show up in GUIs, whatever they want to do, but I don't know that some are mandating that it's out of the structure.
Okay, and I think that if it does occur, right, because we've seen this conversation in the past, if you do get a yes for that answer, maybe it's a quick conversation between you guys about what deprecation and deletion.
Yeah, thank you. Keenan. Yeah, there was a lot of confusion at the beginning of this. I'm totally impressed that we're kind of on the same page, right? I mean, this has been really good.
Hey, this is James from Stancio. Just in summary, I think the reason why us vendors want some timelines is because if a state is not going to accept this, we need to put this in our project plan so that our developers can code and make the changes. It's not something we can just on a whim say, hey, we need you to do this today, right? So that's why these timelines are very important and why we really want the states to communicate earlier than later.
Yeah, thank you. And for us, the deadline is going to be October 1, right? We don't want every state coming on October 1 and saying, okay, this is your plan. The earlier we can get it, and we'll start right away, right? The NEMSIS TAC we get back next week, we'll plan to do this and to contact the states and collect the information. Okay, great. Related to the critical patch, are we feeling good? Any other thing that the states want to know from their vendors? Okay. Yes, Peter.
One other thing, we may be interested in adding some custom values to the gender element going forward. To bring it into alignment with our demographic information that we collect in the state of Oregon. And so that's just sort of another variant of what might happen in this process. Just a early notification.
More notice states or vendors could get, probably the better. Keenan?
Thank you, Peter. As there have been similar requests to the other side of the country, it's probably a good space here to talk about, number one, what national process enrollments should be in place. Number two, what are we going to do in 3.5 to 3.6 or whatever?
Okay, so Keenan, you're kind of calling the question, what are we going to do for the next version? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, as Peter said, there's the fields and questions that are clinically relevant and research relevant that now can't be in the data set. So the question is, how do we address that for more than one state?
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah. So we've got 10 minutes left here. So we'll do that, Keenan. We'll add that to Friday. How many people are leaving today? Okay. So not that many. Good. Okay. Great. All right. So any more questions related to the critical patch? We'll get busy, provide that information, and we'll continually update it. We'll put it on the website. We'll talk about it on V3 calls. We'll make sure that happens. Okay, great. Fantastic. One more thing I did want to kind of get through is to talk just a little bit about, we've done versionings several times. Maybe if we could just, on recording, talk about the rollout. Clearly, it's going to be delayed, right? We're trying to get through this critical patch. They're kind of melded together, right? Or they could be, right? A state could choose to make sure that they're in 3.5.1 and the CP2 for 3.5.1 is done, right? And move forward like that. But let's just talk for 10 minutes about what do you want to know from states and from vendors. We've done this a lot of times, but let's just get it clear. What do you want to know in regards to 3.5.1? States want to know when vendors are ready. Vendors want to know when states are ready. So that's the easy stuff. So, well, it's not. We'll work on collecting that, right? What else?
Billers.
What about the billers?
We got some that were rejecting them when we rolled out the patch.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They hadn't updated their systems yet.
Oh, that's okay. So let's bookmark that. I'll talk to Jen about that. Jen's she was the one that started the expert panel with the vendors. So we'll work through that. Thank you. That's a good comment. Welcome back, Jen. Okay. Yeah, Sam, please.
So as we're sitting here looking at that timeline, and we just had a very robust discussion about what's still left to do on critical patch. I know how much time and effort ESO has put into doing the critical patch work. I have been talking with ImageTrend and Sancio and just about everyone else here, and we've all poured so much work into this critical patch. We're all behind on 351. Well, I can't speak for everyone. I know I'm behind on 351. It would be, I think, you just made the comment that if a state just wanted to do the critical patch update in November to 351 and critical patch at the same time, that's not feasible. I think there's only like one or two vendors that are currently certified on 351.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything we could do to say, hey, 351 is coming in January would be incredibly helpful.
Okay.
And then one other piece to your initial question. One other thing that I would like to see collected is, what is your transition plan? So you might be accepting 351 starting in January. Are you going to continue to accept 350? Are you going to cut 350 off? Like, what is your long-term plan with that?
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you, Sam. And Josh. So yeah, just kind of related to that, Sam, I think what you're saying, right, is maybe there needs to be, because even though like the NEMSIS tech in the past, we really don't have any stick, to move people to a new version. But I think people do listen. Like if the NEMSIS tech came out and said, we're delaying 3.5.1 a little bit to bring everybody up to speed on the critical patch, that goes a long way. Josh.
351 is a minor release, which is backwards compatible. What that means is that the NEMSIS TAC can move their entire infrastructure to 351. And if you send them a 350 file, it's valid in 351. If it was valid in 350, it will also be valid in 351.
Great.
So that same concept applies at the state level. A state can upgrade to 351. If you still send them valid 350 files, they'll be valid in 351. So that's great at the technical level. Then states need to communicate when they say, okay, we've gone to 351 and now we're going to add a schematron rule about one of these new elements that was added. That's important to communicate. At the technical level, though, national can upgrade, states can upgrade, and then local can upgrade.
Right, and kind of their own timelines because the records can flow between. But if there's a schematron change, yeah.
So one point about that, I think there's been confusion with some of the state data managers I've talked to. So what you said makes complete sense when we think about a state being able to set 351 and 350. I think there is some confusion that people think once 351 is out, they automatically get those elements as well without transitioning to it. So that's one thing that I'm concerned about with that kind of conversation that I've been having. But the key for us as vendors is if a state says, hey, on 11.4, I'm going to start accepting 351, and I'm going to penalize anyone who doesn't have the new 351 features, that's the problem.
Okay, so, oh yeah, please, I'm sorry.
So another variable that, I mean, quite frankly, I think the data managers in the room for the states probably won't be that passionate about is that, you know, most of our customer base as a vendor and even as NEMSIS is fire-based EMS. It's probably important to remember that at the same time that this is going on the fire side is going through a major change. The first change to fire reporting in over 30 years, going to the new NERIS standard. It is causing havoc at the state level. The agencies are losing their minds, rightfully so, because everything they've ever known about it is changing. So to keep in perspective that while this occurs, while on the EMS side, we're trying to change critical patches, trying to go to a new versioning. All the while on the opposite side of the house, they're trying to go to a major new reversion. You have states that are welcoming it with open arms. You have states that are drawing lines in the sand and saying we're not going to participate. And so it's causing some chaos. And so departments that run both fire and EMS, you know, they're having to swallow this pill on both sides. And I think, and I mean, I hate to say, well, hey, let's just stop what we're doing to cater to fire. But I do think it should be considered of what's going on as a holistic approach, not from, you know, just from the vendor, but really more specifically to the agencies, the changes that they're having to implement with their field personnel, new documentation standards on both sides. It's a big deal. And we all know how everybody loves change.
Yeah.
And it may help if there's something that's incremental about it. If, you know, based on the fact that we've struggled so much with the critical patch, would it be beneficial for the industry as a whole to kind of push that out a little bit to not have so much compression with what's going on?
Okay. Yeah. So a lot of ideas, at least in my head, have popped up. So Sam, I think what we need to do is define when a state says they're going to 3.5.1, what that means. We need to define that as you're going to have a new schematron file. You're going to have new schematron rules. All those things that Josh talked about, right? That's what's important for you to know. So we'll make sure that's clear. I think the comment here relates to Sam's earlier one that we can, as an NEMSIS TAC, and we'll decide that here in a minute, right? Do we want to come up with just a common statement about the fact that 3.5.1 is kind of being delayed a little bit, and just making sure that we socialize that and the industry understands that. And then the idea of what have I not covered? What you said? I'm sorry. Does that handle it? I realize NERIS is happening. We don't have any control over when or how. Is there anything else in what you said that's not covered by us just coming out with a statement that said we're delayed? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah.
I just wanted to point out Image Trend's goal is to be compliant with 351 beginning of September. But to be transparent, there are tools that we would love to put in place to make the transition easier for our state data managers. Also, what that does is it opens it up so that the states have time to plan it out, get that communication. We can work with ESO and ZOL and other vendors to test and make sure that the XMLs are working the way we expect and everything's parsing the way we need it to. We're definitely still going to be compliant in the beginning of September, but giving us that extra time to build in these additional tools that will help transition our states would definitely be a benefit for them in the long run as well.
Okay. So you're kind of advocating maybe for this socialization that we're kind of moving things out a little bit. Yeah, kind of giving Image Trend time as well. Okay. All right. Well, let's come up with that. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I have to keep adding to it. I think anything to make it smoother is a positive thing. To make it everybody on the same page, like why not do that?
Yeah, I agree. And we can do a better job of that. We can do a better job of the NEMSIS TAC of that, and we'll take responsibility for our piece. So what do we want to socialize in regards to an idea of when the industry will be moving to 3.5.1?
I think if the TAC comes up, this is James Sancio. I think if the TAC comes up with a realistic date, I think then it really comes down to whether the states are going to accept that realistic date or not, really. Because I mean, if the state comes back, it's like, no, we're ready, we're going to accept it regardless, then we're back to square one.
Yeah, I think you're right. And every time we've done this versioning, right, states will make their own decisions, and some meet the date that the NEMSIS TAC mentions and others don't. But what the states have come back to us and said is, I'm just a data manager. And so I need to be able to say, and right or wrong, they'll say, yeah, the Department of Transportation and the Office of EMS says we're going to be moving on this, around this time. And so they're able to use that to kind of, I think, move their folks. So so we'll come up with a date, and Jeremy's paying attention right here. So what do folks feel like would be right? So we're gonna begin the move. We'd like to see the move happening with 2026, with the beginning of 2026.
So when we say transitioning, are we saying that we are only going to move to a 3.5.1 schematron and no longer accept 3.5.0? Or is it just that we will initiate and accept both? Because right now in the state of Tennessee we have two schematrons. We have 3.4 and 3.5.
Yep.
We had originally stated that all services need to be moved by June 30th, but what I'm noticing between our 3.4 and 3.5 transition is the services themselves will be reporting both, because one tablet will have this form or another tablet will have this form, or they have both and they'll just click one and I'll get reports. I'm like, why are we still on 3.4? I don't want to push the off button for 3.4 because I don't know, even if I'm like, hey, we have another due date, which for Tennessee, 3.4, we want all services by 9:30. And that way we can actually get rid of the 3.4 schema and then build the 3.5 schema and then accept both. And then allow, just as we have right now, all vendors to be able to submit one or the other,
Yep.
Or even if you have some services within your agency that you are like, okay, I want to test drive with you on this critical patch, that's fine. We want to be able to accept it. I'm not going to criticize whether your service is submitting 3.5.1 until we get to a point like where we are with 3.4.0 right now. It's like,
Yeah.
we've done left it out. The dispositions are completely different. Our assessments have to deal with these dispositions. It was a huge change. We need to cut it off.
Yeah. So you're in good shape.
Yeah.
Because as we're talking about, you can turn it off whenever you want.
Yeah. And
because you could do 3.4 or 3.50 and 3.51. They'll both work.
Yeah.
Until you want to say done.
Yeah. And then allow everybody to make the transition because it is a training period. It is a big change. There are data dictionaries related to this. There are additional custom values. There are things that each state wants. We are specific within it, but I think what would be beneficial is for us to say, okay, this is when we plan to start where we'll accept it. Yeah. And then this is when we're going to say, just same for you, like you're not receiving my 3.4 records right now. And that's because NEMSIS TAC said we're not going to take them after this date. But then it would have if I would have cut off at that same date for my state, it would have cut off almost half of my services.
Yeah.
Because they were still stuck trying to transition. And so it was a decision I had to make to go, I have to redact and I have to reduce my NEMSIS data just to make sure it comes to the state at least.
Yep. And we're gonna continue to allow 3.50.
Yeah. And then that way it extenuates this. So we don't think that we're going to have a big cutoff. And then the state actually says, okay, this is what we will.
That's right. That's right. Each state can do that. All we're gonna, I think, come to agreement here is from the NEMSIS TAC, we're going to say we're expecting states to move to version 3.5.1 beginning with 2026. Right. We'll do all that. Yeah. We'll provide all that education to make sure that there's a good transition. States or vendors, I have the next topic, so I'm not worried about timing so much. States and vendors, are we all kind of in agreement with that statement? Okay, and Jeremy, does that seem okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, great. All right, fantastic. So, let's continue down this road a little bit. Is that okay, guys? We're also going to talk about some modularization of NEMSIS, but we'll do that. We'll get to that. So, okay, great. All right. So have we finished like the conversation in regards to what the NEMSIS TAC can provide on both sides in regards, to kind of help with this transition as we move forward? We'll be kind of sending the message or socializing the message that we'd like to see this happen beginning in 2026. Okay, great. Any other questions about the critical patch or the migration to 3.5.1? Okay, great. The other request, Casey, you can come up. The other request is for us to talk a little bit about reminding people, and there are always new people, and so we ask for a little bit of grace from those who have been with the process for a long time. Let's describe briefly what a major revision is and a minor revision is. Just to remind you, we're not talking about 3.6 yet. We're not talking about 3.5.2, none of that, but let's remind ourselves of what's a major and minor. And then we'll give you some examples and what's in the queue, right? Just so that you can be thinking, what could be coming down the pike. So thanks, Casey. Here you go.
Thank you. All right. So we had the questions a little bit yesterday. Like Clay said, just kind of give some reminders, give a little bit more as to what a minor revision or a major revision is. And I know I kind of flew through stuff a little fast yesterday, so we'll dive a little deeper into it, right? So a major change or a major revision release, basically changes that are more restrictive to the structure and what is allowed through, right? So it's not backwards compatible to the previous version. So for instance, when 3.50 came out, not backwards compatible to 3.40, right? That was a major revision, whereas 3.51, a minor revision backwards compatible to 3.50, right? So if we were to have a 3.6 in the future, that would not be backwards compatible, right? Few different examples of what that could be. So an XML structure change makes a lot of sense, right? If we're adding new attributes to the standard, and a lot of times too, that's going to include attributes to like the national elements, making major section changes. So if we're adding a new section, removing a section, things like that, right? Think of things as far as a major change, think of something where if we changed it and someone tried to do it the way we did before, it's not going to work, right? That's not going to work. Whereas a minor change, minor release, a lot more permissive. A good example that's given in here is a new optional element, right? And these would be backwards compatible then. 351 is backwards compatible to 350. A couple examples. So adding simply a new value to an existing element, not an attribute, but a value. Adding an optional element, a new optional element. If we added a new element as a national element, that would be a major change. Optional elements are not, right? Here's a couple examples. So I pulled some requests from our JIRA board that we currently have sitting in there that are going through review and whatnot. So some examples of what are in there now as major requests. So add an element to capture apartment, suite, or room number. Now, that's a new element, would be a major change. However, if we added it as an optional element, then it would not be a major change. That would be minor, right? There's a request to upgrade EC04 to a national element. So that's a good example. However, if we downgraded it, that would be considered minor. And then downgrading take back what I just said. Downgrading e-response 23, for example, from national to state or option, that would be major as well. Because that changes kind of the structure and how it works. Josh? That would be minor as well. That's what I thought. It was marked in the board as major. I did not do that. Oh, jeez. So basically anything that's going to elevate something to the national level, right? That's a major because that changes our structure and how we accept things. If it doesn't necessarily change how we are able to accept it, it's minor, right? A couple different minor changes here. E-situation 18, remove a couple of the different warning rules. So if it was to remove an error rule, that would be a major change. However, removing a warning rule, that's still minor. Maybe it was adding the error, I was thinking then. Yeah, sorry. Updating the definition for de-agency 17, and I think that was trying to align with a different language so it's more up to date. Change the value label for ERS 12 and ERS 18. Currently, it refers to ED. There was a request to change the ED to receiving facility, right? That's minor. We're not changing the code. If we change the code, that would be different, but we're just changing what the label shows. So currently in our request queue, there's 48 major change requests and 52 minor. Now, keep in mind, some of these major change requests are things like aligning with US CDI, right? Aligning with some external libraries and data sets, trying to harmonize things, right? And some of them are, okay, if we do it here, well, then we have to do it here, 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 and here as well, because they all kind of relate to each other. And the minors, a lot of them are, can we just change a little bit of language here? Can we, change what the value says here, keep the code, things like that. Yeah, so those are those. Just to give you guys an idea, we'll work on getting this stuff sent out for people to review as we kind of start going through the process more. And clearly I'm going to go through some of them because they may be marked a little bit wrong. So I apologize for some of that, but all right.
No, that's good. That's good. Can I interject just a little bit here? So I think one thing that could be valuable here, I know it looks like there's a lot of major things there, but I think just this random look at the three makes it clear for those who know the standard. Yeah, those would be technically major, but let's not make them be like they're politically major or they're major to make sure that our providers are collecting data correctly. Even though they're major, many of them are just like slight modifications in the process of collecting data or understanding an element. So there are some things that are in that list. I mean, Frank would come up and literally slap me if I didn't say that there's something in that major list that needs to be addressed, right? So there are a handful of those, I think, that are major and they're also important, but clearly not all of them are that way. So
yeah, and just to add on that, so critical patches does not fall in this category. It's a whole nother thing on its own.
yeah,
So
it's
that would be
different.
more on like the political side of things or things like that.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, just to clarify, why is a required element a major change if you could go back?
Just go hand that to Josh.
And if it could be filled in as not recorded, but like back in time, why is it not backwards compatible? I don't understand.
It's because if the XML was generated using a previous version, then that element didn't have to be in the XML. If you were to take that very same XML document and revalidate it using the new schema, it has to still be valid in order to consider it a minor change. And just while I have the mic, I also wanted to add, similar to what Clay was talking about, these are technically major, technically minor. It's about backwards compatibility. It's a separate conversation about whether it's a major effort or a minor effort, right? So this kind of gets us the first cut. If it's technically major, it has to be in a major release. If it's technically minor, it might be in a minor release, or we might decide together that, yeah, it's technically minor, it's backwards compatible, but it's a ton of work. It needs to be in a major release. So this is the first cut, technical level. We still have that conversation. I'll give you an example. Patient's medical and surgical history allows ICD-10 codes only. One of the change requests is to also allow CPT codes and HCPCS codes, because that's what hospitals are going to give you. So that's a minor change because it makes the standard more permissive, but it's kind of a major effort because it means vendors now have to load in 2 additional external code sets in their systems. So that's one that we might say, yeah, technically minor, but we need to hold that for a major release.
Any questions about the idea of a minor versus major, or what's kind of sitting in the repository? I loved the idea that was shared yesterday about us resurrecting a process where you can look at each of these if you want to take a look at them. And then I think what we've also heard is we need to also maybe help prepare a scoring system. Like this is the first cut, like Josh talked about. Maybe we could look at an effort scale and maybe an importance, a clinical importance scale to help us determine what we want to do with the bulk of these. I don't think we should be overwhelmed by the numbers we see.
Clay, Jay from Wyoming. I'm looking at these, trying to wrap my head around everything. I don't know everything that was in that major list or something like that, but I was contemplating what you guys had discussed yesterday. And to me, it kind of makes some sense. We've been very good for the last few years of maintaining dictionary and updates and accomplishing some things. So kudos to you and your team and all the work you put into that. I'm just going to bring out the concept of a roadmap for what I think it is right now. I think we'd be a good position, and I'm open for discussion on this, of pushing back 3.6 and bringing out a 3.5.2, because I'm just seeing minor stuff coming in. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. None of us knows when we're going to go to ICD-11 or have some major changes like that. But I'm just putting forward the concept. I'd like to see the roadmap updated a 3.5.2 for things. And truly, I got to say, yes, it's an update and stuff like that. But I really look at this. A lot of the things that we're doing is we're fixing some things we didn't know when we put this together. And I'll speak for myself and a lot of data managers. We put this together, we look at, we think it's going to go great, and we put it in a month or two, then we go, oh, we could have done better on that. But that's some of the things. We didn't know what we didn't know when we put that together. So again, my concept is for further discussion is moving to the next minor release, pushing back the numbers on 3.6, unless your crystal ball shows something in the future that's going to hit us pretty hard. And hey, it's fluid. We could turn around and say, oh, no, we've got to go to 3.6 but I think 3.5.2 would be a good roadmap to go to next.
Yeah. Thanks, Jay. And that reminds me of a conversation I had with Jen this morning. The map or the roadmap that Casey showed yesterday that's on our website, right, does indicate we should be in the middle of a 3.6. That wasn't the purpose of kind of that map, was to just help people understand that there is a timing between a major and a minor release. So we're going to remove the years from the x-axis and just say this is year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, and this is what it looks like to have major and minor releases come out. Yeah. Thank you, Jay. Okay, so we'll fix that as well. Yeah.
I think you did a great job answering because you were under pressure to create that roadmap and did a great job. Now that we put it out there, we're seeing some additional opportunity to make it easier to move forward.
Good.
Kudos.
Yeah. Thank you, Jay. Good. Right. Yeah. Any other thoughts to share while we're together about versioning? Are we?
It may be a Josh question. By definition, can you talk about CP5 and CP6 as it relates to backwards compatibility and functionally being, by definition, a major change? Josh.
Yeah, critical patches are their own thing. They may or may not be backwards compatible. As we saw here, the first CP that came out was backwards compatible, but the second one that's about to come out will not be backwards compatible. So CP is totally different. Yeah, if CP6 and CP2 were like a point release instead, they would have been major releases.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. So if I sent 3.5 current critical patch version, which has ePatient 25 as a 0 to 1, to a state that is only accepting 3.5 without the critical patch, it fails. It's rejected. How is that backwards compatible?
Oh, you're right. Yes. Okay. Both of the critical patches were not backwards compatible. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. So that goes to my next question.
Oh, sorry. No. I take that back. If the state had gone to the first critical patch and you had not, your files would still be valid. That's the backwards compatibility. Yep. It's not forwards compatibility, though. If you moved and the state didn't, no guarantees.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification, Josh. Wow. It's dizzying, but we're getting through this. Any other comments about the versioning? Okay, great comments. Oh yeah, please. Yeah, Peter.
I just arrived, so of course I had to ask a question. There are a lot of new people in the room, and if you covered this in the first part of your presentation, I apologize. Who makes the final decision, and what is the process leading to it on whether you do a 3.5.2 or a 3.6 or a 3.5.2, then a 3.6, or God help me, a 4?
Yeah.
And please don't do 4 until 2036 when I retire on January 1st.
Yeah, we'll make sure you're retired. We do. Right. Hopefully we as an industry do. Right. So Jen did a great job when she was with us, and we miss her. She did a great job of kind of formalizing the versioning process. Our process is unless Jeremy comes to us or the president of the United States comes to us and says we need to make a change, which we all know what that means, right? Then we make the change. But other than that, we will decide together, going through the technical, time, resource, and clinical importance of each of those majors and saying, wow, here's 3, we got to do it. Or there's nothing here that we need to worry about. Let's do a minor. We'll do that together.
Chris again with Gold Cross Ambulance. I hear a lot of the vendors in the states, you're talking about these major revisions, minor revisions, but you got to keep in mind when you do these revisions that the end user, us as EMS, I can't tell you the headache and the chaos that you created when we went from 3.4 to 3.5. I just want to put in a thing. If you're going to make these big revisions or a major revision, please have the states put out education to their EMS providers. This is what it's going to look like. This is what is going to transition, and get the input from the end users, because if we don't have buy-in, we're not going to give you the data. We're going to find our easiest shortcut to where you're going to be watered, and we're going to find the path of least resistance. So that's kind of a lesson learned was when we went to 3.5, there wasn't a whole lot of education, and it was kind of find it out for yourself. And that was extremely disappointing and very aggravating for a lot of our providers.
Yeah. Thank you for the reminder. We need to always be thinking in that direction. And I'll reiterate yesterday, if there are user groups that vendors are using or states are using to bounce ideas or educational ideas off of, we would love it, the NEMSIS TAC to also be doing that. Again, we think about this, we think about the provider every single freaking day, but for us to know that we have a random representative sample of thousands of providers across the country, we just have not had the bandwidth to have that be our focus. So we'd love to work with you, states and vendors, to come up with some process whereby we're provider testing. It would be great. So we'll continue to talk about that. Thank you. All right. Any other versioning thoughts? Yeah, Keenan.
Is there provider representation on the committee that does the initial review of these revisions?
Yes.
Part of my question is, who is on that committee?
Well, I will get a list put together and sent out.
Thank you.
It's a handful, and we have representative on our advisory board as well, but it's 1 or 2. Right. So
the remember that list in the flow chart I showed yesterday, with all the different stakeholder groups we have, there's at least one person from every single one of those groups that's on that committee. Now, does everybody
is a clinician, right?
So our EPCR, our vendor billing, all those, we have somebody from each of those groups to provide their input. So
is there representation or a good sampling of representation of providers? So fire-based EMS that's non-transport, fire-based EMS that is transport, for-profit EMS, hospital EMS, flight EMS. Is there because every one of those types of service has a different perspective on documentation and need. So are we incorporating a large control group of sampling for that to help get those ideas and pass that stuff on?
Right. So short answer.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
So the answer is yes, but you can't even say sample. The more you stratify, we have one person representing ALS. we have one person representing air medical, right? Just because we don't have the bandwidth to have hundreds, right? So it's not even a sampling, right? We do our best to try to, we do that, and we don't want hundreds. We'd like 10. I'd like one from a dry state, one from a very stormy state. You know, when it comes to air medical, I'd love to have a quote, one person from regions, urban, frontier. Yeah, but we would love to know if there are other user groups out there that states are using or others are using that we could latch onto. So, yeah, good question.
I may be wrong, but there was at one point in time where we could comment on the JIRA request publicly and opine to kind of help that decision making as a collective. Or does that still exist?
I'm going to take that one. So, here's some options. Bring it back on public comments. For reasons it was a little too public. So yeah, we're evaluating options for something like that.
Yeah, and even the JIRA, we've talked about this kind of internally. It's clunky, right? So we need to come up with whether it's a wiki or something that makes it easier to do. And Ben's been working on that. So yeah, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, Sam.
I just went and looked at the JIRA page, and I only see things that are like 13 there. And, you know, with the list that Casey, the numbers he posted, it looks like there's more that I can't see. Are those just in a process queue right now?
Yeah, Ben, do you want to? Yeah.
So if there's anything publicly visible right now, that's kind of gone through most of the process and it's ready for public comment, right? The other stuff is still kind of behind the wall, if you will, still like evaluating. Because, right, we have to, at the tech, we have to evaluate for the technicality aspect of it. You know, we have to talk to our IT and stats. Hey, what do we got to do here? Because if it's not feasible, what's the point in wasting everybody's time bringing it up, right? So there's all those different components kind of before we get to that public comment part of it. So that'd be why.
I see today. So the 13 that are on there today are ones that have already been vetted by you as feasible and are like, if there's something I wanted to comment on, I could open a help desk ticket, send it to you.
Yeah.
Until you come up with a different solution.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That stuff, it's gone through the committee. It's gone through kind of our internal process, and yeah, please. And yeah, that's probably for now. If you can see it publicly, open help desk ticket for now. If you have a comment on it, just please make sure you reference what it is until we kind of have a better solution for that.
Yeah, and we'll admit we're a little behind as well, right? Getting those things moved over. We're not considering a version right now. We're trying to get through the critical path. So that list will grow. Yeah, that list will grow. Any other versioning comments? This has been fantastic for us to get together and talk about this. This has been incredibly helpful. For me, this has been the best part of the technical part of this meeting so far. Yes.
You said you were going to modify the timeline because some of us use that timeline to help work through our roadmaps and what we anticipate. When will that be done? Number one, and will it start with today and then say year 1, year 2, year 3, and subsequently make it so that we have to infer that year 1 is 26 and 2 is 27?
Yeah, thank you. So we'll change it next week, Lori. So she's going to make a note that we're going to change that next week. And we're not going to reset it to now, because then you can infer. we don't want people inferring the universe of people that see it. But Keenan, if there's a reason for us to develop a timeline for states and for vendors that's a little bit more year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4 that can be inferred, then we should do it. Great. Other comments? All right, fantastic. Thank you for hanging with us through that discussion. That was incredibly helpful. I was supposed to do a quick discussion. Oh, thank you. On NEMSIS modules. I've got like 8 minutes, right? Yeah, something like that. I'm sorry, I didn't bring my watch up. So I'll just quickly go through some decisions. Oh, thank you. I will just quickly go through some discussions that we had with the advisory board just to bring people up to speed a little bit. And I'd also like to have some opinions on this idea. I think this is another really important thing for us to think about. And so let's get it out on the table in 10 minutes and get a couple of quick comments. So I'll be quick. So great to have Greg here. His vision was incredible. Clearly, the standard was developed for documenting EMS system and clinical care information associated with a 911 activated ground response to a patient. And we built the entire information system associated with collecting that data. So it's not just collecting the data. It's not just moving it into a registry. It's cleaning, it's storing, and it's reporting in a very short time period. It is an information system. So kind of keep that in mind. But clearly, since the beginning of this century, there has been changes and advances and innovation in our space. We're kind of left with this idea that NEMSIS works. It works for the primary audience, and it kind of works for interfacility. It kind of works for air medical and critical care. All of those people still see the element, did you go lights and sirens, right? So they make it work. You make it work as vendors. But we also need to be thinking about what are we going to do for CPMIH? What are we going to do for this topic of violence against EMS providers? And now we're dealing with pre-hospital blood transfusion. NERIS has approached us about aggregating their data, bringing their data in at a case level with our data. So lots of innovation or request for innovation that takes us out of just that focused realm of a 911 activation for a ground response. And we all know the structure associated with NEMSIS now is it's like all or nothing, right? I mean, every vendor implements every single element in that structure, and it's not apt to be mobile. So the idea has come up. We have worked very hard on a core set of elements for CPMIH. It's basically done. We've completed a violence against EMS providers that has 3 modules, one for the provider that was victimized, one for the supervisor, and what's the third? Remind me, Randall. Law enforcement. Yep, the law enforcement piece. Thank you. So that's about done. And for blood transfusion, that's probably the easiest, right? We've got national elements now. The idea is that national elements flow into the standard. We're working that. We're working it. So, but there is this idea, can we these people that are in this room will remain the important partners if we do this, right? This is our core. But there's a lot of people here that aren't our core, right? So if you think about what are the benefits of doing this, clearly we remain highly relevant to the entire sphere of pre-hospital medicine. We can choose to fully implement some of these pieces. It's going to be really a different model for pre-hospital blood moving into the standard as it is for violence against EMS providers. That probably doesn't even belong in a patient care report, or most of it, right? So these would be very different models. And states are requesting guidance regarding these topics. They're incredibly important. Committing to the full implementation of each of these models, no matter what they look like, kind of increases the exposure and influence of NEMSIS. That's great for vendors. It's great for states. You remain highly relevant. Gathering, standard information around specialties is really kind of required. If CPMH is going to determine whether they're valuable or not, there's got to be good data collection. ET3 was a great example of that. Right? It was a great example of that. The story was not told well. What are the obstacles here? The obstacles are clearly, you are not the specialist in air medical. We will have to really expand our stakeholder group that will have a voice. Maintaining national standards for specializations for which we do not have a reputation, we don't have federal support, could be very difficult. Fully integrating these modules in NEMSIS, remember I talked about the whole information system, that is a complete reworking, right, on the vendor level, on the national level. Not fully integrating these things, if we just stop it without the full implementation, we run the risk of it just falling apart and failing, like ET3, something like that. And current NEMSIS models working because states and vendors, we came together in a very unique way with unique passion and with great timing, all the things that Greg talked about yesterday. And I'm not sure that those other areas, I don't know if I knocked on the door of FAA in regards to air medical, if they'd even answer the door. So what do we want to do with the work that we've tried to develop so that we would understand what it would look like? We've done this work. I think we all know what they look like. And let's just briefly, how many minutes do I have? 5. Let's just briefly talk about what you'd like us to continue to forward, right? So I think everybody's in favor that we're going to do whatever's necessary for pre-hospital blood transfusion. It's going to live with us. We're going to maintain it, and it will be embedded in the full information system. Easy one, right? Are we all kind of in agreement? What about CPMIH? We did just a core. CPMIH is bigger than I have wingspan for. We just did the core. Do we want to own it? Do we want to maintain it? And do we want to embed it in the entire NEMSIS system? Any comments?
Samantha with you. So I would say no, I don't think the full CPMIH data set belongs in NEMSIS. And I think the core problem here is that when we look at CPMIH, we're moving to more of a patient-centric model instead of an incident-centric model. And I think it would be very challenging to keep those working in concert together in the same standard.
Other comments? Yeah, they're longitudinal. Yeah. Other comments related to that? Okay, and I realize I'm just kind of touching the top. Yeah, please. Yep, please.
EMS in general, very patient-centric. It's all becoming longitudinal. We're seeing I would say probably 50% of our patients are the same people over and over again. So I think these two go hand in hand. So for provider level, I think it almost needs to be patient-centric on both sides.
Thank you. Garrett?
So I'll just speak from the state of Hawaii standpoint and the chief of the program there. We strongly believe that EMS is a patient model and is a patient location. We need to move away from incident-based.
Thank you, Garrett. Okay, a couple quick comments. We can come back to this. If folks want to talk more about this on Friday, we have time to do that. Violence against EMS providers, does that live in NEMSIS? Does that live in the information system?
trying to capture the data at the national level to understand how much violence occurs against them? Because if not,
If we don't, we won't have it.
it needs to live at the local agency's exposure level.
And if that's the case, we've built the data dictionary and we hand it off to agencies and they do what they want with it. Or we build it into the entire model of NEMSIS. There's no halfway. We could give it to vendors and say, build something for states. That could work here, but and may work very well like that, but there would be no national numbers, national data. Yep.
As an EMS provider for my agency, I say no. We will handle it within our agency, but I don't think the states need to know. It's more of a law enforcement issue and a workers' comp issue, if you will, not so much as a NEMSIS or a patient issue.
Thank you for that opinion. Others, yeah, David.
Would it be part of the PCR as the proposal? Because the violence could happen. It implies that violence can't happen unless there's a PCR.
Yep.
And to splitting out a separate data set.
Yeah, and there's pieces that could go in the core, right? We clearly wouldn't include this piece in NEMSIS or this piece.
There's lots of nuance here. I think what I wanted to make sure that we kind of have a strong feeling for is I think NEMSIS is going to become modular. And I think it may become more patient-based and event-based, right? And there's a new request for a new contract for the NEMSIS TAC, and that will probably be a primary focus of that contract.
It's not something I've thought of about too much, but it was brought up in conversations with providers in the state of Connecticut that if you are reporting violence against an EMS provider on an EPCR, and the EPCRs are available by request from patients, then how do you keep the privacy? Like, how do you report? And I don't know, it seems like a complicated area to report violence when you. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. And the violence may not have even been perpetrated by the patient. It could have been a bystander, which is completely outside of the scope of the records. So yeah, a couple of quick questions and then we take a break. We hand it over to Brian. Sorry, Brian. So, yep. We'll make sure that we have your entire time. Yes, please.
I just wanted to echo what he said. It does not belong in the EPCR, I think, for the reasons just mentioned and some earlier ones. This has probably got to be something that needs to be in a law enforcement record set or injury record set, that sort of thing. But asking field EMS providers to be recording extra stuff related to violence against them, I think this is not an effective place for it.
One last comment. Yeah, quickly.
Most of this is an OSHA requirement. So I don't understand exactly why we would put it in the EPCR when the data has to be reported back on your OSHA logs anyways, especially if you're in an OSHA state, which most of these providers would.
I'd say just very quickly that this is making it even more apparent to me for a long time from a billing standpoint. There's a lot of things that don't belong on a patient care report. There's NEMSIS data collection that is very valuable and very necessary, but many of the vendors there are things on a printed patient care report that don't belong there and that cause trouble. And I think it is the new thing that's going to point out it's really helpful information and we need to collect it, but it doesn't belong on a printed patient care report.
Thank you, Steve. Okay. Oh, yeah, please, Greg.
Clay, let me just blow things up for you just a little bit. Now, our beginning of all of this was, it really comes down to you have a mirror, which side of the mirror are you looking through? One of our goals was to define an event, and that event was a patient care event. But we had to now start looking at things like what is really a response, because you're getting into telemedicine, you're getting into potential drone responses, which may be even a pre-first responder type response. And all of those impact that event and the care of that individual. So when you go through all of these different things, they're going to be touched by how that definition evolves. And then when you get down to the other side of that mirror, we designed this to also be somewhat of a registry for our industry and for our purpose in life. And by that, where can we learn from this aggregate amount of information, where we deploy resources, what resources we even need, and whether that's people, whether that's ambulances, whether it's structure, all of those kinds of things come into play. And that's where this concept of violence in providers, it's not so much that we need to have granular data on that, but as an industry, if we don't take care of ourselves to a degree to understand that, nobody else will. And then we don't have the ability to have any leverage to make the change or to make the rest of the world understand what we're doing. So, granted, there's a whole lot of information that's collected locally that's not part of the patient care event. And there is a whole lot of things nationally that we filter out, but we also add to the local data set because we're interested in it local or in it nationally. And so there's a balance between those, and it just depends on which side of that mirror you're looking on. And that's where commonly, we have to get to an agreement as to how we want to use this data. And it's not just a descriptive component of data from the standpoint of an event or a patient care event. It's also our industry and our livelihoods.
Thank you, Greg. That's a great final statement. We continue to dance that dance, walk that balance, and we will continue to do that. Brian, I'm incredibly pleased to have you here. Please go ahead and start making your way up. For those of you who don't know Brian Tegmeyer, he leads the 911 effort in this country, and we of course are very interested in what he does and what he's doing to improve the efficiency of 911 and how we can integrate. So very pleased to have him here. Thank you, Brian. And I imagine, Chris is right here. There we go.
If you want to say something, I'll get your PowerPoint.
Yeah, thanks, Clay. Happy to be here. This is my first, official NEMSIS meeting to get to. It's taken me 3 years. I was on the schedule each time, but never made it. So very happy to be here. And as we pull up the slides, what I want to talk about today is 911 data and whether or not you're getting it and what the value is to your EMS data. Because really what I find is that in talking to a lot of people, we're not always getting our 911 data. So I'm going to give you a background on what the data is that we have available and some of the challenges that I see. And then Clay had helped me by getting some feedback from you all as far as some of your concerns. And so I actually have some comments that were provided to me that I'm going to try to address and really, see what we can do. I can give you the headline first, which is I don't have a lot of great answers because unlike all of what you're doing, it's been very interesting to watch and listen over the last couple of days as far as how you go through these data standards and how you look at advancing this process that is the NEMSIS system. 911 doesn't have that, right? I mean, that's the big short statement is that we lack a national database for 911 incidents. And so we have, we're so far behind that creates a lot of our challenges overall. So thank you. So let me begin about the National 911 program. I mean, we're housed within the Office of EMS. So obviously we're closely related to all the functions of the Office of EMS. We used to have extremely broad authorities for next generation 911 deployment across the nation. We're even administering NG 911 grants. But those authorities expired in September of 2022. And we've really turned ourselves internally to the mission of NHTSA and have had to focus on 911's role in highway safety. But we still try to do all of that in the very same way. We work to connect our systems nationwide, create and share resources, and collaborate with stakeholders. So that's a lot of what we do. And tying 911 to highway safety is not a big challenge for us, because when we look at the safe systems approach or any of our initiatives within NHTSA, it's very obvious that people call 911 for almost every issue on the roadway. So whether it's of debris in the roadway, erratic driving behavior, somebody needing assistance, wrong way drivers, all of those events trigger 911 calls. And then obviously, of course, the motor vehicle crash itself. And that's over 35 million calls annually is what we're estimating that result with incidents on the roadway. And when we look at that problem, obviously it gets even bigger when we look at crashes. 13 million crashes overall, 6 million resulting in a law enforcement dispatch. And then the one that you guys would know more about is the 1.5 million crashes for EMS. What we're looking to do is that there's just such disparity in our 911 systems across the country. And I like showing this graphic of I-95, the nation's longest north-south interstate, over 1,900 miles long, covering just the roadway itself. It drives through 15 states in the District of Columbia and about 200 911 centers that dispatch on the roadway itself. And it's a high fatality roadway. The challenge for us is that if you go from Maine to Florida, I'm going to tell you, and probably not a big surprise to this group, but there's different levels of training, different levels of technology, different levels of staffing, different levels of a whole bunch of things in our 911 systems of who's got next generation 911, who doesn't, which 911 center is housed in a law enforcement operation or housed in a standalone center and all that. And so what we're looking to do is try to help build some minimum level of 911 operations and resources. The other challenge for 911 overall is it's just so local. Even compared to EMS at a state level, there's less state regulations on 911 than there would be on EMS. And there's not even a state office in all 50 states for 911. So there's at least 3 states that don't have a state office at all. So where we focus on highway safety, we look at operations, interoperability, and GIS, and data collection. And these are what our goals are. And we've got a lot of plans for what we could do with data collection, but we have some limiting abilities. And what I really want to talk to you guys more about is what is available and what is the 911 data. And this presentation was born out of something that we do in the Office of EMS where we have data bullpens, and Clay attended it. And I think that's how I got invited here today, is he saw me discuss some of this and was like, hey, this might be good for this group. So what I want to talk about is, what are the calls? We are estimating, and this number varies dramatically. We don't, again, collect data on a national level real well, about 207 million 911 calls a year. Obviously, the vast majority of those calls are coming from wireless devices, but we still have landline phones, either voice over internet protocol or wireline calls, or the calls that we just can't classify what their class of service is. I think one of the interesting stats about all of this is that there's over 5,400 911 centers, and they're all obviously locally controlled. So over 5,400 different 911 centers across our nation. But what's fascinating is the size of these centers. 35% are 2 seats or less centers. I mean, where you're talking 1 to 2 people. And when we talk about seats, I mean physical seats in the room, not staffing. So it could still be 1 person on duty in a 2-seat center. And that's 35% of our nation's 911 center. And I point out that over 30 years ago, that's the size of the center I started my career on, answering 911 calls. I was in a 2-seat center where on the midnight shift, I'd be working alone, no one else in the building. Jumping up, 68% are 5 seats or smaller. So 68% of your 911 centers in the nation are 5 seats or smaller. Again, staffing levels maybe 3 to 5 people in those centers. And so it's not what we think about when we think about our bigger 911 centers. So it's only, 32% of your 911 centers bigger than 5 seats. The last center that I worked for was in DuPage County, Illinois. We're the 2nd largest 911 center in the state of Illinois, and we were a 34-seat center. All right, second only in Illinois to the city of Chicago. But that's not the norm. So when we talk about technology or data collection and the data available to share, it drives on the resources and staffing in those centers, right? So my center, at a 34-seat center, I had IT staff, I had all of that. I had data people. We could produce reports. We had like live dashboards in our operations center tracking like how fast we were processing calls, types of calls and all that. But that is not the standard. That is not the norm for our nation. No one's looking at live 911 data. There's a couple different kinds of 911 centers. You'll hear terms PSAPs, primary public safety answering points, or a PSAP. That's the most common term, especially in your state's legislative definitions. But the industry has moved to ECC, Emergency Communication Centers, and they all pretty much mean the same thing. But primary is where the 911 call is answered first. Secondary is if we have to transfer it, often a case in EMS where we're transferring a 911 call to a secondary center. Why does that matter? Because when we talk about data, are you capturing that transfer? When you talk about incident time and when the incident starts, if your EMS dispatch center is a secondary transfer, then you don't have the time that the call was originally made and processed. And then sometimes there's primary, secondary, and then, another dispatch center that we connect to. And that becomes the case in like highway patrols or different things like that. State of Illinois, I can't transfer a 911 call to the highway patrol on a 911 trunk. It would still be a 10-digit connection. I would be taking a 911 call, moving it out of the 911 network and transferring over 10-digit lines. And what does that mean? That means the highway patrol lacks all the data, location data of the caller, and all the important information that will come with a 911 call. So when we look at this, just real simple flow, nothing that you guys wouldn't be familiar with, but just keeping in point some of those moments of a primary call, maybe being transferred to a secondary, being dispatched. Are we dispatching law enforcement? Are we dispatching EMS? All these different critical timeframes and elements of that call that could be impacted in the data that we have. And a lot of times the data that 911 gets to EMS is going to come from our computer-aided dispatch system, which is what populates a lot of the data. But I think it's important to know that that doesn't always capture the time the phone was answered. So again, besides a transfer, did it capture when the phone was answered? Because in my center, until I initiated the computer-aided dispatch event at my workstation, I didn't start the clock, so to speak. And what might prevent that? Well, if I'm one of those 2-seat centers, I might have answered a 911 call and put it on hold. I mean, if you don't think of it that way, but if you're one person on duty, more than one 911 call ringing, you might say 911, what's your address, your emergency? And then you can say, can you hold? Or, ask what's going on. I got a traffic crash. Okay, can you hold? I mean, in my career, I put a homicide suspect on hold once, so things happen. Luckily, that was on a non-emergency line. But when you're working by yourself in the middle of the night, those are the things that could impact time. So there's a lot of other things, and that's a really busy slide for this room. But, when we answer the call, well, first of all, ring time. How long did the call ring? Most of our 911 call handling equipments can capture ring time. So how long did the call ring? In a busy center that, again, is being inundated, it could ring for a long time. I love data and stats as much as probably most of you in this room. My 911 center would answer between 750 to 1,000 911 calls a day. Okay. So we're a somewhat busy center, but not by any records. And I'm sure they're doing even more now. But 4 years ago, we'd answer between 750 to 1,000 calls a day. That same center, if a tornadic weather event or a derecho event was coming through my center in suburban Chicago, I think the record we hit in my 15-year career was 2,500 calls in an hour. How does the same center perform at a 750 to 1,000 calls a day model when you get 2,500 calls an hour, right? So that impacts these types of things about call answer. It impacts things like when you have a weather event, how do you average your calls out for the month when you get, 3 days calls in 1 hour, right? And I know we know that because it impacts runs and everything else, but 911 sees that the swing of the curve at a greater level than even the responding agencies. So we answer the call, we process the call, we get it into CAD, and then depending on how we're structured, we dispatch the CAD. And then if we have to transfer it, we transfer it to the secondary center. And there's other things that impact sometimes, and this is something I'm working hard to improve in our profession is, sometimes we dispatch somebody first. If we don't have good information, or if we got information from a third or fourth party caller, we'll send law enforcement out. Law enforcement gets to the scene and says, yeah, I need EMS. Okay, I can't tell you how often that happens where we send somebody else out first and then EMS. So again, what data point did you get? You get the data point that EMS was dispatched. You might not get the data point that, by the way, we sent a police officer 10 minutes ago to get to that incident. So, there's a whole bunch of factors. We capture a lot of other time stamps. We in an advanced computer-aided dispatch system, we will be capturing EMS arriving, EMS on scene. We might even get EMS with patient contact, and hopefully all of that's getting pushed through our CAD systems into your databases. So there's also a lot of key equipment. So where do we capture this data? We have call handling equipment. That's the system that answers the phone call. The phone system, we used to call it CPE, but we don't always have this stuff on a premise anymore. It stood for customer premise. Now a lot of this is cloud-based. And so in next generation 911, call it call handling equipment. Obviously, we're using public safety grade radios, and we have computer-aided dispatch. The most important part of our data system is capturing the information in CAD. We may be using call taking protocols, although woefully to say that the last time I was able to capture data, only 43% of the nation's 911 centers were using emergency medical dispatch. 43%. And that's a protocol-based system to give definitive care and pre-arrival instructions and everything else. And so we're advocating for increasing that usage. There's other technologies out there like Rapid SOS, Rave, and Rapid Deploy that may be providing third-party information into our 911 center outside of the call. And they have enhanced location information and other information, as well as getting incidents from alarm companies directly into the 911 center and various other technologies. And now the challenge is the data is available in 911, but to make it into the CAD record that can be pushed on to the EMS entities. So I want to bring this up because, again, if you're looking to improve where your data comes from or what data is available, you have to know what data, where is that captured? And so when it comes into a 911 call screen, and this is an example of a product out there, Vesta, it comes in and the location of the information is what we call Annie Alley. That's not really changing by name in next generation 911, but it's the location of the call. Now, the good news about location of the call is 2 years ago, the FCC improved location accuracy requirements, and we now route the 911 call not by the tower that received it, by where the caller is by a hybrid-based device location. So that your phone, just like you order in an Uber, it knows where you are. We're now routing 911 calls based on that. And that is going to already in the last year have dramatically reduced the transfers in areas that especially have multiple 911 centers in a small geographic area, suburban America, things like that, a lot less transfers because we're actually routing by where the caller is, not where the phone call was received. So there's an example of what we see in 911, but the most important thing is you got an actual timestamp of when the call was answered. This is what all that means, probably more than you care. But the other important thing is it goes into what's called a CDR, call detail record. So outside of this Annie Alley report is your call handling equipment has a call detail record, and that has data that can be pulled from it. And this might be an example of what a multiple incident or multiple call detail record would show. Hopefully all that information, again, is being put into a CAD, but here's the part that's important is multiple phone calls occur for a CAD incident, right? And there's no such thing as a UUID in 911 yet, where we link all the calls to one CAD. One CAD incident, can have multiple tickets because depending on whether we are using the same CAD for all three services, law, fire, and EMS, we might, again, be transferring the calls and getting them to different secondary centers, in which case there'll be multiple CAD events. So the CAD event for EMS may not be the CAD event from the originating phone call. We use if we use 911 like EMD, call taking protocols for emergency medical dispatch, this is an example of one of the three national providers and what they might go through, the questions they might ask on a traffic incident. This is, I would say, a proprietary slide, but if you're not familiar with emergency medical dispatch, this is how we determine the level of priority, and all of this information is fed into CAD. But if we're answering these questions, we're answering it in their software. This piece of paper is in what's called ProQA by this vendor. That's the name of their software. And ProQA records pop into CAD, but the challenge is they pop into the freeform notes field of CAD and not into data fields that can be easily parsed into your EPCR records. And that's a challenge that we're going to talk about as well. So then we get into CAD. Every CAD's different. There's over 250 CAD companies in this nation. And one of the things that's really a challenge for 911 as an industry is that we lack a CAD standard. So again, without a national database, there's not a national standard, and they're not built the same way. So I remember working with NERIS when they were getting fired up in the last couple of years ago, and they're looking to capture basic 911 data. And again, the same issue. It's not always called the same thing. It seems like it's simple, but it's not. So different CADs are going to generate reports in different ways. They can get their information from the 911 call. So some CADs will take the record from the call handling equipment and pull it into their CAD, and you'll have that information. But again, was that the first call or was that the transferred call? There's still variables there on what that time is in CAD, or was it the time the incident was created? And again, from my records, my previous agency, I could be on the phone with somebody, maybe they're yelling, they're screaming, I don't even know what's going on yet, and I don't start the CAD record until I kind of know what's going on. Or is it my call? Where are you at? And I verified that where they're at is in my jurisdiction. Then I start the CAD record. So there can be all these little just gaps in data. Generally, it's capturing all this, the report information. But again, what I find is troubling is that I don't see it capturing from the call taking protocols. They don't have the fields that the call taking protocol softwares use as input, other than maybe the disposition code, that 29 Bravo 3 or whatever. They might have a place for that, but they don't have all the information, all the questions answered, asked into data fields. Those are free form in the notes. They might be available to the EMT paramedics, but they're not necessarily in a data field that just transfers over. So why do we care about all this? This is NEMSIS data, and I'm a little over my skis on some of this. I'm just learning this, but Jeremy helped me pull this together. But one of the things that is challenging is that I see a very lower percent of EMD. So I'm seeing EMD with pre-arrival instructions at 18.43%, and unknown if pre-arrival instructions were given at 17%, and no at 16%. So I'm looking at this, and that's not matching that 43%, which I think is awful low to begin with. It doesn't seem like we're capturing all of the EMD usage in the nation into NEMSIS. And I don't know why. So I've been talking to people about this. So since our data meeting about 3 months ago, I've been meeting with people like Todd Stout, been meeting with people like at the International Academies of Emergency Dispatch in Salt Lake City, and others trying to figure this out. And what kind of my dual role here today is to give you information on 911, but also get information on you on why this is happening, because I don't know. And I'm going to be dedicating resources from the 911 program to try to figure this out, because it's my goal to get this 911 data into all of the databases. I mean, we need it in national crash databases at NHTSA. We need it in our EMS databases. We need this stuff to be tracking along. So we've got to figure it out. And what I think is happening again is some users know that their center uses EMD, and they may know that they give and they may just be filling in this field. It may be coming in with the CAD system capturing data, and maybe somebody's parsing that data out and they've got it working. According to Todd, he thinks a small percentage of his customers actually are pulling the data and answering the questions. But we got to track this. So I'm looking to figure out how is that happening, because I think the numbers are lower than what's really going on. I think it's being used and it's just not being recorded. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, these are not mandatory fields, right? Or are, I don't know. So I'm sorry, what? Not mandatory. Because of the higher not recorded, that implies not mandatory. So, and I'm not suggesting a change in this, but I mean, the question is like, how do we get this better data? How do we get better data into the system? Because it could come with not just whether or not EMD is performed. Again, I'm telling you that I think there's an opportunity to get you better time data. And that I would question some of your time data based on what really happened on that call. And what I want to do is I want to try to identify agencies, states to do some work with and look at how can we work through and vendors to figure out how do we look through what's going on. And it's not just with priority dispatches, ProQA software. We got to work with APCO. We got to work with Total Response. We got to work with everyone out there that's doing this and figure how do we pull this data through into CAD. It's very it's very linear right now in the 911 call flow of what this data is and where it goes. There may be a day, obviously, where more of it's in the cloud. And, my hope is maybe EPCRs could grab the ProQA data without having to go through CAD. But ProQA is not mature enough for that to happen right now. And we need a way to link the data, right? We need a way to know that this data results in this. And obviously, one CAD report or one CAD incident might result in multiple victims. So you might have multiple patients, right? So you might have multiple EPCRs, and they might be with different agencies. In a suburban area like suburban Chicago, it would not be uncommon for me to dispatch a large incident and have 3 paramedics on scene from 3 different fire departments because we dispatch closest unit. We dispatch closest available unit regardless of agency. So even though an agency might have 3 ambulances available, we took the 3 closest and we sent them. So that would result in 3 EPCRs, but it might be 1 CAD incident, or it might be 1 CAD parent ticket and multiple child tickets in a CAD system. So I think I did pretty well on time there, Clay, but this gets to the question of, what can we do to improve this? And again, I think for me, what I see is we've got to figure out what the issue is. Where is it working? And if it's working, why is it working? And maybe write a white paper, highlight it, share that information with all of you so we can say, hey, this is where it's working. And then we need to find out areas where it's not working. We need to work with the 911 industry to start collecting data. I don't know if any of you can tell me differently, but it's my understanding working with my partners at NASNA, which is like the 911 equivalent to NEMSIS, that there's very few states that are capturing statewide data. And those that are mostly are capturing statewide phone call data, 911 call data, meaning the amount of calls and things like that, because maybe they're using a system like ECATS or some other system to capture their data. Hardly anyone, to my knowledge, I don't think anyone is capturing their CAD data at a state level in their 911 office. There is no one doing that, to my knowledge, at a state level. We in the National 911 program, prior to our authorities expiring, had done a project called DataPath. And if you're interested in this, you can go to 911.gov and look it up. But DataPath was a pilot where we proved we could capture and collect all this data. I mean, we know we can do it, right? I mean, collecting data is not hard. It's not, well, it's complicated, but it's feasible, right? And NEMSIS alone has proven that for us in the Office of EMS. So we know we could do it. We did a pilot. We demonstrated collecting it. And we demonstrated in an interesting way where we could do it in the NEMSIS model of capturing it from the states and or a NERIS model of capturing it just from providers directly. And we showed that it could work either way. And that was like 3 years ago, but we haven't been able to move forward on that. So in the absence of a state and national database, there's no push for standards. So APCO and NENA, the 2 associations in the 911 industry, have had competing CAD standards or incident standards. EIDD and EIDO are the 2 ones that are out there. And while they are standards, they're not adopted by the CAD providers. The CAD providers see no incentive. They have no one asking for this, so they're not rewriting their software to comply with these standards. They don't see any benefit. So in my mind, the only way we're going to get there is if we can prove the value of collecting the data, encourage the states to collect the data, and quite honestly, get big customers to start requiring standard compliance in RFPs. Because that'll be what moves a vendor to comply with an RFP. the National Capital Region alone, all the major 911 centers they have there, they've been using this technique recently in, different models. They were looking at it for interoperability testing. And if Fairfax County, Virginia writes an RFP for a CAD that requires interoperability testing, that sort of can move a needle, right? Because they're such a big player and they can influence so many other buyers. And they write RFPs that then people in all of Virginia, all of Maryland, DC, all buy off of. So that's one way we can move this. The other way is education, identifying this, and figuring out how to solve this problem. So if I can study it, research it with your help and others and figure out why and how can we streamline this data and get the data to work, then maybe we can identify opportunities for change and work with CAD companies, major companies that want to improve the data. So I think the third question is almost the hardest of how do we, the state EMS data managers mentioned they need to justify the cost of EMD and how do we prove that it works? We're working on that. I can tell you that justifying EMD is something that we're investing a lot of time and effort. I'm sure you've heard about the Office of EMS's work on pre-hospital blood, and I can tell you that EMD and research on EMD is part of that. So there's a couple of things that came out of our pre-hospital blood initiative that relate directly to 911 and use of call taking protocols and automatic crash notification from vehicles are two things that are in our initiatives related to pre-hospital blood. We hope that our pilots and demonstration projects kind of like I'm not saying it's an absolute requirement because we're still defining requirements, but we're hoping that they will all use emergency medical dispatch call taking protocols as part of their pilots so we can evaluate the effectiveness of it along the way. So those are my immediate responses, but I think I could open up to questions and go from there. Yes.
Not really a question, but more of a statement on the why you've got 45% non-recorded is twofold. Is one, as they stated, it's not required. But two, in my experience from working with a lot of fire departments, the true answer is that they truly don't know. And it's because for multiple reasons. But one of the big reasons is a lot of times 911 comes with politics because it's typically controlled by the local sheriff's office. And a lot of times the sheriff's office is not forthcoming to the fire side with the way things are done. And so they really, truly do not know whether that call is EMD'd, whether or not it was used, was pre-arrival instructions. So they don't record it. I think that's really what is probably the main contributor there. If they had the education, they may fill it out more.
Okay, that's a great comment, and that builds upon a national stat that 60% of our 911 centers are under law enforcement agency control, which you would actually think it might be higher, but it's about 60% because you have entire states like Pennsylvania where it's all standalone entities. But no, I think that's a good point. And definitely having worked in 911 for a long time, I understand that when law enforcement, I started my career at a police department and, I know my fire department felt like we weren't dispatching to meet their needs. Simply put. Next.
Yeah, I just responding to your comment earlier about there not being states that are collecting complete CAD information. And, one of the things that just leaps out to me is that I don't think that we'll be able to do this unless there's a standard. Because we have 36 counties, we have primary and secondary PSAPs in each of those counties. They all have their own way to collect these data. And in order to get it at the state level, like we would have to do, it's an immense lift. And so what I would see is creating sort of an optional path to integrate with a state system, select a standard, preferably at the national level, just pick one and run with it. And then we have to figure out what we're going to give them back in order to get those PSAPs to participate voluntarily. Otherwise, I just don't see how, at least in our state, we'd be able to get there.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, I will say this, that some states require the use of emergency medical dispatch, and that's in the requirement. And sometimes it comes from the State Department of Public Health. Sometimes it comes from the 911 authority, and that may be a influencer, so to speak. So, when emergency medical dispatch call taking protocols are done properly, you're doing it under a medical director license, just like paramedic. So my staff of 100 telecommunicators worked under our local medical director's license, just like he was in charge of 6 or 7 local fire EMS systems.
Hey, I'm Brooke Burton. I do quality improvement and research both in my local agency and nationally with some groups. And we're always trying to look EMS wise from the time the call came in all the way to when the patient was discharged from the hospital, if we can get all of that information. One of the biggest challenges, I'm going to echo what some of these people said, is that there is no standard, like you said in your speech. Even in just my one agency, I tried to pull data on falls, and there were, because they don't use the dispatch cards, there were probably 20 some odd variations of falls: S fall, L fall, long fall, short fall, so trying to sift through that data and find what is reasonable and what I need in my research is really difficult when there isn't a standard. And I think that's why you don't see as much EMS specific research that includes dispatch information in it. And we really do need more.
I think that's a good point. And if you're a protocol using 911 center, your computer-aided dispatch event type codes should mirror your protocol type. So in other words, that's the most logical approach. But I can tell you from my 30 years in the business that we would be often told to create a code because some fire chief or police chief or somebody wanted a code, and they were often using CAD as their own records management system. So they wanted CAD to address the code so they could run reports off of CAD and bypass their RMS needs or products available instead of using RMS. And so that's always a challenge because, in talking, I've had a lot of conversations with Todd Stout, who tracks this QI stuff and also looks at this as, what is the event and the discrepancy between what we put at the event in 911 and then the first impression EMS has, right? And that's way off. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Most notably, sometimes people lie to 911 to get a higher priority response. And that has nothing to do with what's going on when you get to the patient. But yeah, we just got to keep this conversation going to figure out where do we target this? What if and what are the low hanging fruit we can get to first?
I think we're all saying the same thing, but in some distant future, it would be amazing if the call could start where it actually starts, like at the PSAP or 911 center, and the UUID, if that can happen then and then carry through. So you do know about EMD, you do know about the full response time that it takes from the call to, if you have to have multiple ambulances. Anyway, we're missing, as you said, a huge chunk. So.
Yeah. And I guess it's always tough to talk about something when you talk about a problem without a solution. But I think one of my goals would be, are you talking to your state 911 office? Sometimes you guys are close and know each other, and sometimes you may not even know who that person is. And so I would encourage conversations at the data point with your state 911 program so that you can figure out what would be common goals and how can you work together. And that's part of what we're encouraging from the Office of EMS is the state. We actually have threefold: is we want the Highway Safety Office, the EMS office, and the 911 office to be able to have conversations, because we think if you do that, you'll identify opportunities.
I think you really touched on integration. One of the big issues, my agency tries to look at everything as a whole picture. We don't have the integration between the phone system and the CAD system to get that initial time. And very few phone systems actually allow you to do that integration. You're usually getting it from a third party like ECATS. And then we have the issue of ProQA dumps into narratives. EPCR companies can't pick up those timestamps from the narratives. And so we also use a third party like First Watch or First Pass to integrate every one of our systems together. But now we're using yet another product to try to do that. And we're not getting that true time. So I think you're right with the integration. And I think if NEMSIS did adopt more standards and saying, no, we have to have that time, I think that would kind of lend to more companies saying, you're right, we need to open the door for those integrations, those true timestamps, not necessarily just a note dump.
Yeah, and I haven't had the conversations with CAD groups yet, but I'm heading in this path of saying why my first goal is to talk to all the national EMD or call taking company providers and figure out if they have a common data set that are similar between the, three national systems that are out there. And then if they do, what would it take to get those data sets to the CAD providers and say, look, why don't you make these data fields to capture this from the electronic call taking protocol software out there, and so that it's not just floating around? Because I know EPCR companies could grab it from CAD if it was in a static field much easier than grabbing it from free form notes. I mean, you can't parse that easily.
I just want to say real quick that if you want to why, this is exciting to me because the Medicare contractors, from a standpoint of getting organizations fairly reimbursed for the care they provide, Medicare contractors are very much starting to be in tune with reason for dispatch. And when we review PCRs, too many times we don't know if a protocol was used, what the protocol says, and that can make a huge difference in appropriate billing for that transport. And man, does the industry need clear information on that.
Great.
I'll just kind of echo what's been said. The provider is not the person to get the information from. They just don't have the visibility. I think it's something that has to work between the CAD vendors and the CAD dispatch centers. We've got to make those data fields, and that data's got to be captured, because asking my provider to provide information about, was pre-arrival instructions provided, unless they walk in and have dispatch showing or teaching somebody CPR over the phone, they have no idea. So I think it really is a CAD vendor and CAD problem.
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I had a very short-lived career as a provider. And yeah, I mean, if you don't want, unless somebody's sitting there on the phone saying, here's CPR, or tell the, or you're helping with a labor delivery, there's no way to know what the pre-arrival instructions were given. And quite honestly, if the baby was born before you got there, you don't know whether they were walked through over the phone or if that just, happened, right? So there's a difference. And if those relationships aren't there between the providers and the 911, then that's part of the issue. And as we have increased consolidation in 911 and have fewer 911 centers and less local centers, then there's even that loss. I mean, my fire department, when I started my career in a 2-seat center, they called me for times, there was no electronic time. So they had to call me, and then they'd be like, hey, what happened? And we had a dialogue after every call. That doesn't happen these days. Well, I've shared my information up there. And obviously, you know how to get a hold of Jeremy. He can get you to me as well. But this is something that I'd be looking for any state that wants to potentially get involved in trying to figure out the why and the how, especially if you have 911 centers that are capable of providing time and effort into this problem, because that's one of the things we're going to need is we're going to need a 911 center that's got a minute or two to help us try to figure out what do they have available and why isn't it getting somewhere. But thank you for your time, and hopefully I can come back in the future and update on progress.
Thank you, Brian. It's time to break for lunch. We'll try to come back about 1:00. Thank you so much for your attention. I did want to introduce just the last section of today. We've talked and mentioned, it's been mentioned every day, I think, about what we're going to do or what we could do to improve our facility lists that are held within our states. So we are actively trying to investigate those issues, and we have been, the DMC has been working on that as well. So what we would like to do with the last part of the day here is Randall is going to come up and talk to us about the issues as we have described them and characterized them, and what has been suggested to date as solutions that may partially or in some form kind of help with the issue of developing maybe a national facility list. And then also after Randall reports, we talked about this on several calls. There is a gentleman that is associated with a nonprofit organization, John Kuchar, who I started Digital Innovation years and years ago. is offering a product that would help us keep track of facility lists and provide a way for us to come up with a national number that would be associated with each facility. So the rest of the presentations today are kind of associated with this idea that we're attempting to solve. So feel free to ask questions related to each of the two presenters in regards to what they provide. Randall.
All right. So as Clay has mentioned, we're going to kind of discuss this national facility ID. This is a very interactive conversation. We need lots of opinions. We're going to use our cell phones to take some live polls. We're going to have some yes or no questions. And really, this is to sort of help us develop and move forward in a path for the national facility list solution. So just to kind of give like a brief overview here, we all know about our healthcare facilities. These facilities, they open, close, they're new to EMS, like freestanding ERs or drug and alcohol rehab facilities. The facilities change their name or their ownership. They move to new addresses. They have new units or floors. Maybe they're part of a big giant health campus. Facilities provide new services. They also discontinue some services that they offer. And we have a lot of facilities that are located on state borders. So some of the three kind of big highlights we're going to cover today will be our generic destination codes or an ability to try to locate new facilities or possible changes to those. We're also going to discuss the destination codes, the names, and some address inconsistency issues. And we're also going to kind of discuss some of the impacts of making changes to those. So my first slide here is kind of a generic label. This is when a facility destination is not part of the state data set. So basically we have this entire data set of facilities. The EMS clinicians transport there as they're trying to complete their EPCR. They can't actually find the destination they're looking for. A lot of our states have gone through and they've made these sort of generic labels. It allows the EMS clinician to complete that EPCR. They can select, hospital not listed, this facility not listed, et cetera. Then they can type in the information. I also use this process in my former roles to help me identify new facilities as a state data manager. And the other piece of this generic label is really about having a standard list for our vendors and states. The reason I put up the e-disposition 21, the type of destination here, was to see that we had 20 different types of destinations that you can actually transport a patient to. So here's just a quick example, fun story. EMS clinicians, they completed a transport. They went to the appropriate facility. All the great care was going to be there for them. But as they arrived and they were going to complete their EPCR, they couldn't find that hospital name. Little disclaimer here for everybody. Since I was the data manager in Indiana and Kentucky, I'm kind of using our Great Lakes region as a lot of our examples because I knew it the best. So it wasn't to sort of pick on any state specifically. It was just because I knew the states. So in Indiana, if you do this code with a generic label, you actually select it as hospital not listed. The code for that is HNL 18. I made that up. There's no reason I did it. I made it up because I needed a code. The 18 only specified that was the state number associated with it. If I'm in Illinois, I'm going to be selecting it as a hospital non-specific to Illinois. If I'm in Michigan and I can't find the hospital, I'll select hospital other. I'll have a different code again. And then lastly, if I'm in Ohio, the clinicians are actually trained there to select that the hospital was located in the US, but it wasn't in Michigan, West Virginia, Indiana, Pennsylvania, or Kentucky. It's a really difficult thing to train everybody on. So the first question that I really have for everybody, understanding that the EMS clinicians need a place to document, have a thing to do, should all states have this generic label where they can select it, they can free type the information, we can sort of use it to identify things that we need to, and it's just a quick ability to have that. So do we think that all the states should use generic codes? Generic code may not be the proper term, this generic label. Chris, am I able to zoom in on the QR code? No. Sorry about that. And so the reason we're sort of asking these yes or no questions is to sort of move in a direction of having some of these questions answered so we can sort of build guidance and some assistance to somebody who's going to be creating these labels.
Great, I've got a question.
Yes.
Are you asking, should they all use the same generic code for when a hospital is not listed?
Just a generic label in general, meaning that we should have an ability for the EMS clinician to select any type of generic label, however you want to label it. And we'll kind of get into the next portion of it. But we just want to make sure that this is an accurate field that the data manager should have to help their EMS clinicians.
I've been listening to NEMSIS for years.
Sure. What did I say, Peter? I apologize. Should you have a generic, I guess, data element? Would that be the proper word? Help me out, somebody, with this. Value. Thank you. It could be anything you want. It could be a generic label for anything you want. If I select a generic label, I could select that it was a type of facility. I could type in the address. I could type in the name. It would basically leave it blank for me having the ability to free type it. And Chris, is there a way to know when the poll is completed, or are we just watching the numbers?
I think pretty clear on this.
Yeah, me too. All right, so kind of following this theory of this generic label, the way that I was using a generic label in my state was the EMS clinician would select this generic label. The data manager would create some type of report within their system to pull back any time that HNL 18 or whatever other generic labels I had one for every type of destination, assisted living facilities, nursing homes, dialysis centers. So the data manager creates some type of report that they can pull back this information. They would be able to see that there's a new facility, some type of change to it. The data manager could create a new facility. They have to put a code, the name, the address, however they get that information. That's kind of why I left this box red, was however you create that within your state could be unique. The data manager would then create this facility. They would update the NEMSIS data set. They would update the vendors. And then kind of lastly, they update the EMS agencies that, hey, you've been transporting to this location. I've gone ahead and made a facility for you. You can now select from a quick pick. We got to educate them all that it's there. So kind of using that process of sort of creating a new facility, identifying a new facility, do we think that that's a good process to locate a new facility? So the example of that would be is I transported my patient. Well, there we go. Is that just the first question?
Just one answer.
Okay, thank you, Clay. So I'm transporting the patient there. I get to this hospital, nursing home, assisted living facility. I go to look it up. I realize it doesn't exist. I type it in. My data manager is able to identify that, create a new facility. We update everybody, and then we have a new facility that we've created.
Question is because the system's easy enough to use, but could it be better? Yeah, but I mean, it's not difficult.
To look up and addressing the
different facility this is on. Next page. Oh, I was
Well, the facility wouldn't be located in that list, correct? Because it's a new facility. We've never had it as a data manager. So it's on my list. Yeah, so this is really like an ability for the EMS clinician. In my opinion, the EMS clinician would be the first one to identify that the facility is new, right? And it's not in my list. I wouldn't know all the facilities that are opening, closing, changing names, doing these items. But as they transport out there, we want to just give them an ability to be, it's like a communication device between the clinician and the data manager without having to call me on the phone and ask for that facility. The reason that we're kind of recording these answers down is as we sort of move in this direction of guidance, these yes, no's will be very helpful for us. This next slide here kind of represents these EMS labels and these codes. I've just made these codes up. If you go to all the different state data sets, they all mostly have these sort of what I consider these generic labels, and they all use a different code. So the vendors have to have all these different codes for all these different generic destinations. So the idea would be that we would all redo our lists and we would all just have the exact same type of facilities and with the same code. And this is all based off of the e-disposition 21 field for all the different field values you can select from. These codes are not set in stone. Once again, I've just taken kind of the first letters of each one of them, and then I've added that NL to say that it's not listed. So we identify it's a not listed facility. So the next yes/no question is, should all of the states have a complete list of generic codes or labels be standardized using the NEMSIS field values for the type of facility? So should all of our states have these generic type facilities all using the same code? So with that same theory, we would actually be sort of training 20 different ways of saying, here's the different facility generic labels. We'd have to train all of our clinicians that they all exist. They'd have to see this list. Some of them they'll select every time, right? Like the home value, that would be like maybe an address that's always changing. Landing zones, intercepts, those could be addresses that change. You may have to select that generic label for like patient residence every time just so you can type it in. All right, we're going to go next slide here. So a further question, instead of calling these generic labels and adding this assisted living facility or hospital not listed or all these different not listed facilities, do we all just need one generic label? It says destination not listed or whatever name we want to put in front of it. We give it this facility location code of this, it's destination not listed. And then as the EMS clinician goes through, they can actually select the facility type. They can type in the name, the street address, the city, the state, and the zip code. And really that would be a way to identify for all the EMS agencies. If you transport somewhere, it's not in your list, you just click destination not listed and fill in the information.
Randall, are you saying that there would be a program that would do that for them?
So this would just be in the NEMSIS program that they have. When they select their type of destination, or the destination that they're trying to look for, they would just select destination not listed, and then they're able to free type in the rest of that, the name, the facility type, the address.
They would just be adding.
Correct. But they wouldn't be adding a code because that code would already be that DNL. So this question here is based off of, do we want to have just the one generic label or should we have 20 generic labels?
It's also being completed by the provider. He's listing the address.
Yes, the EMS clinician who transported, they select destination not listed. Then they could select the type of facility. They could type in the name, type in the address, the city. They could even use a zip code lookup to select those city, county, and state. All right, so this first portion here is really just about trying to identify new facilities, making sure we all have the same sort of generic labeling in there, the same codes, and that's really to sort of help our vendors out so they don't have to search all these different these data sets to find what all these different codes are, how we've mixed the words up a little bit. So that was super helpful to get those answers. This next part we're going to cover is the destination names, address, and codes. This is kind of what I've considered the Wild West of these data sets. I feel like we don't really monitor them or change them or look that close at them. And maybe it's a forgotten item. But this is just something that I think that a lot of our data managers have struggled with just to sort of understand. I'm going to put up a bunch of examples. These are kind of open discussion items if we have them. And once again, these are just things that I've noticed. So the first thing I notice is the destination location name. And as I'm looking at these, I see 3 different states with 3 different variations of the kind of the way they've typed the name in. The top one is Southeast Iowa Regional Medical Center in Fort Madison. The other 2 are calling it Fort Madison Community Hospital. All 3 of them use a different code, but they all do use the same address, which is really convenient. The question that we kind of have here is, should the state the facility is located within be the source of truth for the name, code, and address of the facility? So looking at this list here, the one wrapped in red here is actually from the Iowa data set, and it says it's Southeast Iowa Regional Medical Center in Fort Madison. And if you Google that, that's how it will come up at that address. And so that's kind of my first question is, should the state that the facility is located in be the source of truth? Yes, Peter. We're getting to that next. We're getting to this. This next portion that we're going to discuss is the destination location address. Should we be having some type of standard format for the address? So for somebody who can use the address to find their destination or where they're going to, these come in all different ways. So if I have multiple vendors who are importing the types of destinations, the hospital type might be, or the type might be accurate. The name, sometimes it's all capital letters. Sometimes it's all lowercase letters. Sometimes they abbreviate the word hospital. And then even with that is the street address. So it comes in as 123 North Main Street. Some type out north. Some do the North Main Street with the full words. So there's a bunch of different variations. And so as I go to print that out through to understand where all of my locations and how many times maybe we've transported them to, it comes out in my list all sloppy. A lot of people will say, oh, just use the code. But when the codes are all mixed matched at the same time, that makes that difficult too. So the reason that I have this box here highlighted is from my experience as an EMS clinician, when I get to my destination, I click the name. And that name will say, we'll call it NEMSIS Hospital in Noblesville. Just so everyone knows, Noblesville is just a city that I live in. So that's not anything unique. And when we click that button, most of the time we see that it's a hospital type, or the type of facility it is. We see the street address, and I highlighted those in yellow because that's really where the EMS clinician should sort of check, right? Hey, if it's on my EPCR, I should look over there and just make sure the facility that I selected is right. The reason I say that is in the state of Indiana, all the hospitals start with Indiana University. Then they have the name afterwards, and sometimes you can't see it all. So it's just like a quick check. But mostly what they don't see is that code. That code probably means nothing to them. It has no relevance to what they're doing. And it's sort of like in the background to keep it all separated. So kind of my question here is, should we have a standard format for the physical address to come in? Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
You're now getting a collision of EPCR vendor and CAD vendor. And most of the time, the CAD vendor's sending it in a format that we have to interpolate and map over, and it doesn't always equal the same. And we're pulling the raw CAD data, and every CAD vendor's different. Tell me I'm wrong, but it gets weirder the more you do that. So yeah, if there was a way to standardize the CAD vendors, do that too.
Okay. All right. I'll work on that next. In the back, John? You have a question too?
Not only are you getting into the CAD vendor side of it, but then you're also trying to get into the mind of the actual clinician who is going to, how do you want to say, phonic the address based on their spelling abilities. And they may use caps, they may use lowercase, or they may use symbols. So when you get into the free text stuff or addresses, you are asking for a can of worms there.
Sure. When I think about the free text the free texting of these things, that's kind of where I was, describing that the data manager would have the ability to go in and make that facility listed whether they wanted to. They would be able to put the words in right. So yes, I do agree that this capital letters and people sending me the information would be different, but that's where I would try to control it as the state data manager, put it in there correctly. So when they're picking it from that quick list, that it's always going in the same way. I think we have a question. We can go with Brian first.
So I recognize the comment about CAD vendors because that just plays off of my problems earlier that we discussed. But I will say this, the National Emergency Number Association has a 911, next generation 911 address format that is finite. And that should, in my opinion, should be the standard that you could work towards because the CAD companies are going to be working towards that standard. So that's a known standard. And it's also the same standard that the US DOT's National Address Database utilizes as well. So I can get that standard to you as the one that would be how your physical address should be laid out.
Well, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. Did we have another question back here? Yeah. So kind of going back between the two. So that's a new suggestion. The suggestion that I had on the board was USPS, right? Was the kind of the Postal Service theory. And that was just a theory. So we can kind of look at both of them, but that's how that address became a thing, was using the US Postal Service sort of abbreviations and items like that.
I don't want to figure out the data and based off the NAD as well. So I think it even plays into census is involved, postal's
involved, and it should be a widely expanding data set, and I can get you some more information.
Yeah, and I'll get that when we're done here. I'd never heard of that, so that's why I had the U.S. Postal Service route on there. So it'd be interesting to learn both that new side. So the next thing, we kind of talk about the name and the address. The next thing we're talking about is the actual code itself. And most of the suggestions that I've gotten from everyone else is actually just based off of this code. So here again, in the state that I was working in, we had we had ambulances who were transporting from the state of Indiana into Ohio. They were leaving the state of Indiana because that's where all these traumas were going for Cincinnati Children's Hospital, all these other things, in southeast Indiana is not the most populated area. And then northwest Indiana, a lot of those things go over the border into Chicago, so that's over into Illinois. And so what I kind of noticed when I was going through this is that Indiana had a facility called Community Alternatives ADAPT. That was the name of it. As you can see, it's all capital letters. This is an assisted living facility that we had ambulance crews transporting patients to. So when I found out that we had other patients who were going to University of Cincinnati Medical Center, which was happening quite often, I went to the state data set in Ohio. I researched the name, I researched the address, and I noticed that the code was 1189. Well, I already have that code. And it wasn't just a one-off. It was the fact that in Indiana, I had a 4, 5, and 6-digit code pattern. In Illinois, they had 4. And you kind of see as it goes along where eventually we're going to cross numbers. So just from this simple search, for me looking for hospitals that we were transporting to from Indiana to Ohio, I had 17 numbers that mixed. So kind of my question here on this one is, if the code is in use in my state already, and I go over to the other state to find a code, and that code's already being used, should I just make up a code for my state, copy the name, copy the address, and just use whatever code I want to? So these next slides are going to be about some of the suggestions we've had. These suggestions are everyone just sort of collaborating. Nobody said that this is the way we're going to do it. This was just a matter of everyone sort of coming together and giving us their suggestions. A lot of these suggestions have to deal with the code, not with the name or the address, but mostly with the code. So some of these suggestions were, using additional identifiers to locate that facility, adding a FIPS or a state abbreviation to location codes, adding an attribute, or use of any existing data elements. Just because I put these data elements up here doesn't mean that those are the ones that we should be using. So the first suggestion came is to never assign the same facility location code to multiple facilities that are the same type and located in the same state. And maybe we could use additional identifiers to actually locate that as the actual facility of the type of facility, the location code, and the facility state. Kind of learning upon this more, it was more designed, it wasn't in the standard to have a different code. And Josh, please correct me if I speak wrong, but it was the software wasn't allowing me to put in multiple codes for multiple sites. Our next suggestion here was sort of something that I decided to do in Indiana and Kentucky, where I was a data manager. Some of us other data managers who were local started to talk about this. And what I did was I kind of did it more than I needed to because I was unsure, but I looked at our state code and I looked at the numeric code. And so before, when you remembered Indiana had the HNL 18, that state numeric code is 18 for Indiana. All states have it. And they also have that state code abbreviation. So for example, Indiana would be IN, Alabama, AL. And the bonus of that is if I was putting that number in front of my code, anyone could grab my code and mix it and match it and put it in their facility list and it would never cross. And we started to see this across different states that were doing it. So you can obviously tell that's a Kentucky facility. There's Utah, New Mexico. So if I was in Kentucky, and let's say I needed a Utah facility, I'd go over, I grab the name, the code, and I can put it in my system, no questions asked, because there's that UT value there.
Hey, Nebraska's green.
Thanks. So that's actually only a few days old too, that slide. This next suggestion is actually one that came from Frank Sloan on CARES, and it was to add an attribute. You'd be able to go back and forth. The attribute approach is kind of how they differentiate their code sets like SNOMED CT and RX norm. So this was just a really great suggestion. But once again, this was only going to assist us with the code and identifying where we were sending it from. And then another last suggestion was to have a national ID number. Whether this number was used by CM.
Randall.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I've been trying to figure out where the microphone was and realized it was behind me. For your FIPS suggestion, how would that work with Canadian and Mexican destinations? New York has a sovereign territory that covers both countries, and our EMS agencies routinely transport to both sides of the border from there.
So I didn't look that far into it, but you could put Canada in front of it. You could do something like that. Would that work for you?
Well,
CAN. You just put the full word Canada. I'm actually not restricted that much on my ability to put extra letters and numbers in there. So that's, once again, we have to find another identifier that we could all agree on, that we're all going to call it maybe Canada instead of all calling it something different. Country code. Would that country code be a 2-digit, 3 digits. The problem sometimes with those digits, though, is if I just use all numbers, I could eventually, again, cross. Some of our states do have 8, 9, 10 numbers to identify their facilities. Can't guarantee it'll happen, but sometimes it does. And so at the back of this last slide, the idea was to use a national ID used by CMS or any other entity we have. We could all make one up, I guess, at this point, where we have our destination code already. We just move it over to our facility to a new element for a national number, and we just start putting them all in order. That is a possibility as well. So the second number for all facilities, so they would have a national number and a state number. The national number could be the ID code used by CMS, and the state number could be whatever the state wants to use. So as I was kind of looking at our facility, our demographic fields here for this facility, one of the things I think we forget about sometimes was this D facility 05 or this MPI number. And what I had noticed as well was in the EC10 and eDisposition 02, so the incident facility code where we started from, versus the destination code, we could actually bring that in from either facility 03 or from 05. So this next question here is to sort of rank those 4 options that we came through. Those are all really based off of the code, and just sort of see if we like any of those ideas. So this is like a ranking option. If we were to use one of these 4, which one is your favorite? And so like I had mentioned before, a lot of those suggestions were just about getting a separate code for everybody. And so if we were able to have this beautiful list, all the names were in there, all the facilities were separated out, tomorrow, we're going to have name changes. We're going to have facilities open and close. And so there's going to be a change again, right? And so that was one of the things that we never really got a suggestion on. What about name changes? How are we communicating these name changes? And a lot of times what I was seeing was if a hospital changed its name, there's doctors' offices and clinics and other types of facilities associated with those hospitals, and they all changed their name at the same time. And so this is really just sort of an open-ended question here as, what about our name changes? Is there a way that we can change these names, identify it to everybody that the name has changed? And that kind of brought me back to that slide about that Southeast Iowa Medical Center, Fort Madison Community Hospital. I do believe it was called Fort Madison Community Hospital at one point, but as that's changed, those other states did not change it with them or were able to be identified that there was a change. The next portion that we're talking about here is the impact of changes. So let's just say we all come up with a solution and we make this change. The facility data set definitely needs to be cleaned up. If we went into those data sets, some states don't have their facilities, some states don't have their addresses. There needs to be a lot of work to clean those up. We need to have some guidance for our EMS clinicians out in the field who are making these selections. How are they going to know if we make a generic label unless we tell them? They wouldn't know to select it. And then also guidance for a state data manager creating a new facility. How is that, we have new data managers all the time. We have these new processes. We want to be able to write it down so we can remember. And what is our process for communicating these changes? So if we did make a change and I needed to tell all my EMS agencies, am I able to? Because I don't think we can all do that. So the first question I have is schematron rules. I hear a lot of talk about schematron rules, making sure that the hospital name is typed out properly, all these rules that are in place. And so the first question is, do changes to a facility list of any type affect a schematron if you have a schematron rule around it? The next question with this is if we do all those same items, we fix everything and you have all these programs and hospital hubs and data connections and data is moving all over the place. If I make a change, is it going to affect those other systems? So this isn't just, hey, let's make a change and hope it all works out well. We have to understand that these connections might be possibly broken and we have to come up with a solution for that. And I guess here's my biggest question I've always had. If a facility changes their name, their address, their service, whatever it may be, there's a change to that facility, is it a new facility? The reason I say that is if I have a name change and I just go into my facility list and change the name, that's what the name of that facility is going to always be called when I pull the data on it. It's not going to remember that it used to be called this hospital. The reason I say these things is because these facilities, they move across the street. When I pick up my patients, they all want to call it the old hospital. these services lose things. If I pick up a patient from a level 2 hospital that fell off of a roof and everyone wants to know why we drove across the street to the level 1 hospital, that'd be really relevant to know that's why we went there. So we really want to know is if there's a change to a facility, if it becomes a new facility that the EMS clinicians can pick from. So these are really all the slides and questions that I've had for the initial kind of process of this. It was really nice to kind of get some of these answers and see some of the examples. And we have a little bit of time left, and I really just want to open it up to any other suggestions in the room or things we haven't thought about or solutions that you've all been thinking about that we just need to communicate. Go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize. I missed the first part of this. So if this is a repeat question, my apologies.
No worries.
You mentioned that when facilities change names and not being able to see the data from the previous but if you create a new facility or you change the name is changed in practice, but the name may not be changed in reality. And this causes a problem with the providers, right? That's why sometimes you get other facility where they can't find it because the name has changed, but it has not changed in the nomenclature of the community. So if there was a way to be able to show the previous name with the current, that might be helpful. Whether it's possible, I don't know, but might be helpful because there's a lot of times where patients will ask to go to a facility that doesn't exist or the sign hasn't physically changed on the hospital, but the legal name has changed.
So that was something that I actually ran into a lot. And this was one of the items that brought this to my attention was as a clinician in Indianapolis, there used to be a hospital called Wishard. The entire community called it Wishard. That hospital was tore to the ground. They put up a brand new hospital called Eskenazi. And every single patient that I continued to pick up in that neighborhood kept saying, take me to Wishard. I also feel it's part of the EMS clinician to kind of help educate that patient so that they know where they're going. As they're communicating out to everyone else about their healthcare problems, they don't keep saying, I go to Wishard, I go to Wishard, I go to Wishard, because go ahead.
Transporting within their own community. But when they're doing transfers, particularly where I worked, you're transferring across state lines, sometimes multiple state lines to get to your destination. The EMS clinician doesn't know that, right? They can't educate the patient because they've probably only been there once. So that ability to educate only works in a small community where you transport to 1 or 2 or 3 facilities on a regular basis. When you're transporting out large distances, that's not practical.
No. So you would think like the patient knew the old name of the hospital and they were traveling several states over?
Doctor know the name of the old facility, but the doctor doesn't know the name of the new one, even though they're the ones approving the transfer. They don't know. Right. They may not know the name of the new facility, or they didn't write it down that happens all the time, right? They write down, on the orders, it's what the facility name that they remembered it as, right? Yep. So, and the name could have changed, or the name could be referred to as they may be affiliated with a parent. And the name, the parent name may be what is the legal name, but that's not necessarily the name on the sign, right? Mm-hmm.
And that's why we kind of use that extra identifier, of the address. So the EMS clinician is also a driver. They get in there, they have a destination to go to. So let's just say, like in your example, the doctor didn't know the name of the hospital, but they would obviously know the address. They would still be able to kind of identify through an address. Does that answer your question at all?
You're searching. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting the microphone. You're not searching by the address. You're searching by name, right? So that's kind of where my question lies. I understand there are ways to confirm it, right? I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of the provider taking the path of least resistance. They're going by name, right? That's how they search it, right? They don't care what the code is on the backside, right? Yeah. I mean, any provider in here ever look at what the code of the facility was? I never did, right? And so if there's a way to search the facility name, and if it shows the last known name prior, that might, a suggestion, right? That's all.
Okay, very good. That made a lot more sense at the end there. Peter? Oh, I'm sorry, Brian.
We're going to sneak in Brian from Alaska. Back in your original list of generic codes for facilities in that discussion, if I could put in an Alaskan request for airport, not otherwise listed.
You have to add a field value there?
Yeah, just that option for airport that wasn't on the list.
Okay.
And the ferry.
Okay.
ERRY.
Peter, did you have to?
Yeah, I was just thinking the example that you gave of a hospital that had been torn completely to the ground and rebuilt. So the way we make a decision as to whether something's a new hospital is essentially like 99% of the time when the name changes on a hospital, somebody bought it and they put their corporate name in front of the old hospital name. And there's no change in terms of the facilities, the capabilities, et cetera. And that's the same hospital. But if they tore it down and built a new one, it would have to be licensed anew. And then it would be truly a new facility. So sorry to add complexity.
Mason from Nebraska. So something that got brought up back there, and from the provider standpoint, I look for facility name, and that's how we search with our vendor anyways. Thought that I had was, and this would be a burden of the vendor, not of the NEMSIS TAC making a decision. But if I search my facility list and there was a name change and Mason at the system level, state level changed it, I didn't know there's a name change, whatever. So I choose generic hospital. I go and type in the address because then that's required. It would be nice if there was a pop-up or something that says, hey, we have a facility that matches that address. Did you happen to go here? And not necessarily force that to be what's chosen, but then it can be like, well, now it's Brian Health doing business as or whatever the name is. And then me as a provider can be like, yep. And I'm not saying that that is a fix that will always fix everything, but then it may catch some of these things by being able to have some sort of piece on the back end to try to confirm that with providers.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the address. That on the smaller hospitals, that's great. But on the bigger hospitals, where you bring a patient in that's not going to the ER, may be on a physically different street, right? And it's a completely different address. Yeah.
Something.
No, I agree. But and your address that you're seeing in the system, a lot of times is not the address that the patient goes to, right? It's a completely different address, right? I could think of a couple of facilities in Massachusetts where the address not only is not the same, but it's not even close. What?
Right, but you're not. I don't think that's going to be fixed regardless. Like, yeah, if I put in a facility and I choose the facility from the drop down, it's going to put the address that I put in at the system level. So that doesn't really fix that issue because of that. So that was just a solution that I thought of to help with some of this problem. But of course, that would be a burden and dev item for vendors to implement.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yes, perhaps there's a one-to-many relationship to the address for the facility.
Go back here, John first.
I just wanted to kind of bring up a topic that's come up in our implementations of two different facilities having the same address, especially a children's hospital instead of a main hospital, have the same address, but are obviously different entities. Also, facilities that we generally don't see in the state data sets being VA hospitals. We never see them And it's kind of keep in mind as we're moving forward with this process, not in relation to anything that's being discussed actively. But then also like Peter said, whether if they are not separate entities like radiology departments, emergency departments, or other intra-hospital facilities, could those be captured? And there's what I want to kind of lost it.
So kind of to help on that point, though, with the Children's Hospital theory, so in Indianapolis, there's Peyton Manning's Children's Hospital. That's two different doors, same address, but it's two different doors for where you're going to go into. Solution was solved in Indiana, so I had St. Vincent Peyton Manning's Hospital. That was just the normal one. And then we added another one that said the Children's Hospital side. The codes were exactly the same. At the end of the code, I added this a C so I could identify it was a children's hospital, and that was done. And with the VA, once again, you were right. The VA was not listed from the state data or from the facility list that I obtained from my Department of Health. I knew they were transporting them there. I created a facility, made up my own code, and it works. They're able to select that now, and there is an identifier for some of the VA hospitals in Indiana. Yeah, I do believe there's going to be a federal identifier for a lot of these things, but when I was making my changes, I wasn't that deep into it. I was just sort of like reaching for different things that I could do, and I knew that I had to keep it separate, and that's what I continued to do.
So Sharon from Nebraska. So getting back to how you started your presentation, we take a little bit more proactive approach. It's before just waiting till a provider asks us to put an incident in. We work with our licensing division that license all the medical facilities in the state. And that's how we keep our facility list up to date with what is actually licensed in the state of Nebraska.
And do they give you a code with that or just the name?
They do not give us a code with that.
So in the state that I was working in, they did give a code with every facility. They started that code out with the county code. So in Indiana, there was 92 counties. They started out that. So in Hamilton County, where I live, they started all the numbers out with 46 for the hospital. They used the last four of the medical ID number to create that. On the State Route 32, Riverview Hospital was in one side, East Route 32. And then they opened up a new Riverview Hospital on the West Route 32. When the Department of Health provided me that number, it was identical. There was no way to differentiate between the two. And this started happening all over. So on that same Route 32, which is just a big state highway, then freestanding ERs that were associated with all those hospitals opened up. And you can't travel more than half a mile down this road without saying emergency room, urgent care, all these different words. And it's to kind of get you to get into their facility. And even if the Department of Health, where I got that list from, maybe they're reporting into that main hospital, they're getting all the information from the main hospital. The EMS crew is still not transporting that main hospital. They still need a separate identifier so they can select that specific facility that they transport to. In the back there.
There's also another element you got to think of when it comes to EMS providers is we look at our EPCR as our billing process, and we have to have absolute addresses of where we're going at the destination and from the scene. And the reason why we need that is also we calculate our mileage, and the billing comes off of the mileage. Now, going back to that, I like what I think this gentleman brought up the VA. I was just sharing an example of in Salt Lake, we have a VA campus, and the VA campus's address is the actual hospital address. But on that campus, there are 15 other buildings where they're doing clinical treatments, and we will respond to, as a 911 call, to one of these outer buildings, but there is no physical address. And if we put in the 500 South Foothill, which is the hospital address, transport to the hospital, which is about a half a mile away, our mileage comes up as zero because we can't show a transport from 500 South Foothill to 500 South Foothill. So I guess where I would almost say, when you come up to facility codes, is it realistic that you have facility codes for doctor's offices. I get the hospitals and I get the nursing homes and assisted living, but sometimes that's going to be overwhelming. I mean, just in the state of Utah, there's over 1,000 assisted living, nursing homes, hospitals, and how to keep up with those facility ID codes is near impossible.
And that's kind of why we're having that discussion. In Indiana, they had the same thing. They had over 3,000 facilities. And I went through and I kind of rearranging them all by hand and doing them and fixing them and correcting it all. So it is a huge lift. And that's why we're trying to find that solution to make sure we're always identifying. And as you mentioned before about these, that bigger campus or like going to a building and then they have outlying buildings. I can't guarantee this, but typically they have some type of additional identifier within that campus. Maybe it's building BB, maybe it's Delta building. We have extra elements in there where we could put in there like an address or a unit or a floor, right? And so we could maybe identify it differently, but that's not a guarantee that just because some, big campus or has separated address. I can't guarantee that they put different identifiers on their buildings. And the other portion, I'm not taking into consideration the billing piece of it, right? That you're transporting 0 miles. That wasn't really something that I was had considered in this process.
And then I just want to reiterate what the gentleman from Alaska said. Can you actually put in airport type under destination? Because we do a lot of transports to the airport. And there is not that type, that destination type under your destination.
So you just need the type as airport, not an airport type of airport.
No, we don't even get airport.
Yeah, Randall, he just asked for in addition to an
Answer that question. Perfect. Look into that and try to make it happen. Okay.
Anything else? Any other suggestions? All right.
All right. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate that. We are going to take a quick break. We are scheduled for a 10-minute break. So go ahead and take that break. And then John Kuchar is going to be coming up. He's going to be talking about a potential software solution that we could implement together and we can evaluate its value. All right. So just to keep us on track, we the NEMSIS TAC work with Randall and with the DMC. We clearly have been aware of the facility list issue that we face here. Long time friend of EMS, John Kuchar, he is a vendor in the trauma registry world, was in the past, and maybe re-entering that market in trauma registries. Was talking about an idea that he was developing and that his company had developed to manage lists that can come from different sources. So when John kind of described it to me, it sounded like there was some real possibility in regards to the concerns that we've just been talking about. John's going to describe a non-profit arm of his company and a service that he could offer to us that may handle a number of these issues that we have in maintaining a national facility list. So I'll turn it over to John. Feel free to ask any questions that you want. And John, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay? All right. Oh, well, I'm very honored to have the opportunity to come meet with you. I want to give a little bit of background on myself just to kind of see where I'm coming from, and hopefully whether you're from state data manager or other role, whether you're a vendor, that you can see that what we're trying to do is really to give back and to try to help. But a little bit of my history since I was a young lad with a little bit of hair, I was in trauma registry. I started that in 1987 and did that till 2019. And different, registry, obviously very adjacent, but dealt with this list issue for decades. Very difficult. We built lists for each of the 50 states that we served. We served most of them, I think 46 or 47 we had clients in. And we had to deal with this problem every year. But we had kind of built these lists over time, and then there was an upkeep every year. 2019, we exited the business and really kind of leaned heavily into philanthropy. I have a PhD in computer science. Being a technologist, wanting to give back, created a company or a nonprofit called Technology for Causes. And the basic concept is to help other organizations or other scientific and charitable initiatives expand their impact through helping to provide technology. So we've donated and funded a lot of different kinds of projects. And as I reflected on this industry, and as Clay mentioned, recently we decided to get back into trauma. So those of you who are in EMS and these other markets, zero interest in that at all. So just so you know that, just say very, very narrow into trauma. But we looked and said, gosh, now one of the first things that we have to kind of reconstitute is this facility and agency list solution. And it just sparked this idea of, why don't we, all the work that we need to do, why don't we try to do that in partnership with the country, in partnership with the TAC, and just donate all the time, all the engineering that it can help in any way that we can. So that's kind of what I'm all about. I think it's important to understand the kind of human side of it, if you will. So hopefully that's good. Any questions on any of that before I go into this? Okay. There you go. Okay. All right. Hopefully that's the last instruction I'll need on this. So first off, just acknowledging Randall's great talk and the discussions you had. There's really not a lot to add. I just wanted to kind of have a tie-in here. So simply stated, is facility and agency IDs highly fragmented, very hard to maintain, variations all over the place at state level, registry and vendor implementations. And then when there's change, there's a lot of duplicate work. Everyone's trying to maintain, whether it's duplicate work entering, the trips because they're not in the list, whether it's maintaining lists, whether it's the kind of work that Randall described doing with the 3,000 codes. It's just happening, throughout. And also it makes it very difficult to analyze data when you don't have the codes that can link. And a problem that exists in trauma registry is if you have a trauma center that's on a border with a couple states, when you enter the data as a registrar, you're putting it in with the code set of your state. But then if you have a requirement to send your records to the neighboring state, you actually have to map all of your codes. And there's quite a few facility codes, all the referring facilities and destination facilities from the trauma center all have to be remapped. So now not only do you need the lists from the neighboring state, but you need the crosswalk. So you'll see crosswalk here a lot as well. So some of this just T4C is the acronym for our nonprofit. It's a 501c3, Technology for Causes. Happy to talk through anybody that has any concerns, but there's, first off, no cost. There's no commercial agenda here whatsoever. We're just trying to help all vendors solve a problem, minimize work for them, increase timeliness to these lists, and then help all the partners at the state and national level. This completely grounded in what I call, just like our country, a federated model where states basically have tremendous sovereignty over their lists, their approval. As Randall was talking about, there's maybe a lot of initiatives where within a state, a new numbering scheme where each state could kind of determine how they want to improve things. All those decisions would be and would remain at the state level. Everything that we're going to propose here from a collaboration, see it very inclusive. If we're working on API, that we're working with all the vendors to figure out how to make an API that's effective, saves time. We did this before in partnership with the American College of Surgeons. On the trauma side, we worked constructively with all the vendors and created a toolkit that was successfully implemented by everyone. I think we earned the respect of the vendors by seeing that we weren't using that central ability to any advantage, anything that we were able to do, every other vendor was able to do. So that's a core part of my integrity and what we're looking to do here with everything being open, free, where it's just really beneficial to everyone, inclusive of everyone's perspective. And then the second to the last bullet, as a kind of a key theme as an engineer here, is that we really need to find something that's an evolution. It kind of moves towards something that's revolutionary, but there's metric tons of legacy, and we all talked about that even if you had a great, best practice, or even if you had national standards, the ripple effect would be, insane to deal with. So I think you have to find ways that you lean in to the legacy that's out there, but make progress. So again, you can't circumvent the reality that we're in, which is all these varied IDs, the time-based, names change over time, facilities come and go, open and close. We talked about the additional complexity that there could be different sub-destinations or addresses within facilities, maybe the one-to-many. And throughout the 50 states and other jurisdictions, there's multiple schemes, and even within one state, there may be multiple schemes. So again, in the green here, the approach is to lean into that, to come up with a way to link all these local IDs, incrementally improve them, and then as any type of national ID initiative comes along, that they're linked together and they drive each other, so that as information flows up from the states, it can accelerate national linkage of these IDs. And as national linkage occurs, it can flow back down to the states, helping things like that crosswalk problem. So that's, each drives and accelerates the other, the local and the national. And that obviously the more that you get these crosswalks, the more the data can be linked and analyzed. So this next slide kind of gets at, I think, a hugely important concept, which is that of this concentric collaboration, or this, what I call federated model of governance. I know it's kind of hard to read the little tiny print. We'll leave they have a copy and they can send this out to all of you. But this kind of bullseye effect, the C is the centralized. At some point, an initiative of this size, you have to have some kind of central coordination and decisions and deduplication that occurs, and the logical place is for the TAC to be taking the leadership at the governance. We're desirous of donating really kind of an unlimited technology budget to help in any way that we can, from software design, architecture, to create an infrastructure that can run at the TAC, under TAC's control and governance, but that has capabilities that support workflow at the next level, which we call the trusted delegates, where that would be states or systems, where each state or system is determining who are the authorities, who are the people involved that are making these types of decisions. So ultimately, the idea is at a state level that there's curators of these lists. It may be something that, again, it doesn't fall all on one person. Maybe it's a group or committee. It's not like any of us have this all figured out, but the concept that within each state that there's some trusted team who has the authority to have that source of truth with these lists, again, sharing common infrastructure, but having completely localized control, local lists, local decisions, local conventions. And then finally, on the outer tier is what I call the user community and all the other stakeholders. So if you kind of think of it in terms of, numbers, I'm thinking operationalize something like this. That maybe there's 10 to 20 people kind of doing this curating function, not full time by any stretch, at the central site. Maybe there's a similar number at each state, times 50. And then there's thousands, tens of thousands of people that are providers or in state agencies or whatever across the country. And what we see there is their role is more to be providing what we call crowd signals or user signals where there's something that's changed. So it could be someone in state, licensing knows something has changed because there's a new license. It could be someone at a hospital knows it changed because they look outside and they see a new name, or they got the memo something's changed. It could be a registry vendor, an EMS vendor who's working with their customer and their customer's telling them something's changed and they want new drop-down lists. So kind of like, when we're all at the airport, and they say, if you see something, say something, to TSA, the idea that we need the leadership of all of you and of the TAC to kind of create this alert system where everyone knows dial 911, right? Or everyone knows at the airport, find a uniformed, officer. Same thing here. If there's a change, say something. We also talked about these strategies where you can harvest and mine the data after the fact. When that got voted, it was like 83%, like, nah, but it was also the only way to do it right now. And it works, but I think it was a recognition it's not ideal, but I don't think you want to throw away any of the signals. That's another signal as well. But the idea is that we would have these different kinds of crowdsourcing functions, and we would brainstorm them all together. It could be different links or forms on a state or national page that would allow reporting of a change of facility. Now, when somebody reports it, like, oh, they just ripped the down, Wishard and built a new one, and someone, reports, new name or whatever, or any type of change, nothing happens because they report it. The idea is that signal comes from the user community and goes into that trusted, sphere that then make decisions and determine. And then, perfect world, maybe you get 10 people telling you about something. And the idea is to create an infrastructure that makes it very efficient for the people on that trusted side, where you can be taking those signals, running them through AI, determining, we've got, most likely, match here. This is most likely what happened. So that humans always make the decision. States are always in control, but technology is assisting. All right. So the slide before was kind of the people side and the governance side. Kind of pause there for a second. I know this is a topic, Clay, and I talked a bit about. Clay, did you want to kind of add anything there or have any comments on that aspect? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now this is kind of more like the widget side or the technical side as we're envisioning it. Super high level here. Each one of these boxes could be zoomed out into a 20-minute or half-hour talk as well. Kind of a semi-funny story is that when it was first added to the agenda, it was kind of piggyback at the end of Randall's talk, so it was like 20 minutes. So I had designed a talk for 20 minutes. So I created slides for 20 minutes. But myself, I don't think I had a capacity for 20 minutes. So it worked out well that I have slides designed for 20 minutes, but I think, I fill up the time. But I apologize, for not having too much detail here, but I'll have no shortage of ability to talk about detail. So what you see here is kind of the workflow in action. So in the lower left, you have that user community, and they're by and large going to be using vendor systems. And those vendor systems at any point in time are going to have the latest and greatest lists. And the whole user community, it's not just registry users. User community could be anybody at a state, anybody at in administration, licensing. But the idea is that we all together come up with these different ways to report signals into this user signals area. And then they would go into basically request queue, and they would be routed to the appropriate state so that whatever committee or group that state has delegated would receive, alerts, or they'd have a dashboard to be able to see what has come in. And ultimately, and again, there's this, much assistance as possible where technology can assist to then get that data into a central infrastructure. So what we're talking about here is while there's 50 different state decisions and control points, the idea isn't that there's 50 different pieces of software in 50 different states. That the TAC can have one central infrastructure that's segmented by state that ultimately maintains these repositories. So for those of you, data modeling, if we sat here and took the conversation from Randall's talk and everything that you talked about, I think that the data modelers of us in the room could come up with, we can, start it, but come up with a data model that can handle all this complexity pretty easily. We know ultimately that if there's one facility, while there's lots of details on when you create a new facility, when you don't, when you do create a new facility, I think everyone would agree that it's got to be in a database once, but that facility over time could have a whole history of name changes and label changes. And within each state that has any connection, there could be multiple different IDs in one state versus a neighboring state. And within one state, there could be an old list number scheme and a new number scheme. So modeling all of those temporal relationships and all of those crosswalks, it would be an early part of the design, but I think it would be pretty straightforward to come up with a standard way to do non-standard things. I think everyone agrees there's no short-term standard, anything in the country, but we can make a lot of headway as NEMSIS and all of you have seen, but it's a journey. But I think what we can do is come up with a standard way to model the richness and the complexity in these repositories in the lighter blue box. And then a much smaller set of people, representatives from each vendor would be sitting there and saying, okay, now if we have all of this information, all of this time-based information, all the latest, most concurrent, deduplicated, cross-linked, crosswalked at a local level to neighboring states and to the national, and to any national IDs that exist or may exist in the future. If we had all that magical stuff, which again, I think by following this kind of combination of governance and technical and federated model, I think we get there. So if you're a vendor now, wouldn't it be awesome if there's a way to, in as real time as possible, access all that information in a way that as an engineer can help you drive software functionality as your customers want. So somebody just suggested, hey, wouldn't it be great if you put in an address and you could see, hey, there's other facilities here. Well, in order for a vendor to implement that, I think most of us could probably prototype that feature in a day. Maybe engineer it for production delivery, in a month and deliver it in a few months. Not put unreasonable expectations on vendors because we all need time to do things right. But the hard part would be to get the data. So that's what this is, going to provide to the vendor community is a way to get all this new data and then to get it in a way that can allow you to implement software the way you want to. Maybe one vendor wants to do real-time lookups against this, and there'd be an API to do that, much like there's an API to go against, Google's, real-time address that a lot of vendors have built in their software. Other vendors might want to harvest those lists, transform them into the way that they model lists, and then store them locally for performance reasons, or because they have to work in offline environments with poor connectivity or whatever, the multitude of reasons could be. And the API should be able to help them get those updates. There also should be an easy way to see the delta that occurs. So, what's changed? There should be a way where programmatically you can make a call and find exactly what's changed, so a vendor doesn't have to pay a business analyst, to go through these lists and figure out what's changed, or rely on some, writing some kind of program to do that. And then ultimately, the API is the way that this data gets into their systems, which then the users use. So it's kind of interesting. When I designed this diagram, I actually described it to ChatGPT, and it kind of made it, and it got the errors all wrong. And I kept telling it to fix the errors, and it was kind of interesting that when all the errors were finally fixed, they make a circle. So I thought that was kind of cool. And in some ways, you could kind of think of it as maybe a much more elaborate circle than one of the early circles that Randall showed in the talk, which may just mean there's really only one way to do it, is to have that circle. But what you want to have is a lot of sophistication at every stop on that circle. And you need something with, but I'll say a lot of engineering, a lot of automation, a lot of workflow, but I think it can be done once. Those things, the actual working, getting the data, curating the data, deduplicating the data, things of that nature AI can help, software can help, but there's a human element, can't be escaped. But if you really look at the amount of work that's going through nationwide, a lot of human work is happening anyways. It's just happening in a very disconnected way without shared tools and infrastructure. So I think, by bringing this leadership of the TAC and vision and kind of harnessing all of those, horsepower that we all have towards this problem, I think we can find a way to do this where it doesn't require new FTEs anywhere once the heavy lift is done. I think that's possible. How to get to the heavy lift, I'm not that smart. I don't know if I'll be that smart, but I think together we can all be that smart. But let's say the heavy lift's done and everything's up to date as it's going to be. And now, next week, a couple changes happen in Indiana. The hope everyone knows the rule. If you see something, say something, they report it. It comes into that trusted sphere in Indiana. You've got a group of 20 people who don't let it get behind and figure out what to do. This happens a lot, right? It does happen every day, but it's not like 100 of these happen every day. So if you stay on top of it, then they make the changes and say, oh, we have a new facility. Oh, that's just a new name. So we add to the database new name. Now that ripples immediately up to the TAC, and TAC say, hey, we've got a new facility. TAC can look and say, at some point, someone's got to make sure that that's really a new facility, not just a new facility to that state. But once that work's done and they're linked, then kind of to the end of time, when either state makes a change or finds some new information about those two linked facilities, that ripples up to TAC and there's no extra work at that point. So I think as the national linkages occur, you start to get an accelerating effect of most of the work stays at the local, at the federated level, which I think is what makes this manageable over time. And again, the reality is all this work has to happen anyways. It's just much better for it to happen in a coordinated way, because that's the only chance you have of doing it once. And as we mentioned, any infrastructure that's really digging deep on these boxes is going to have that full history of everything and have all those crosswalks. So again, I think the biggest advantage over time, one, obviously having curated lists, huge advantage, but having those crosswalks massively valuable. For vendors to have the APIs to get at all this data. And then for anybody that's been marshaled into the curating roles to have the tooling and as much automation to help as possible. And again, I'm sure there'll be many ideas and open architecture here, so there'll be ways other people can add functionality to the system. And ultimately, addressing many of the problems that we've been talking about the last hour and a half. Again, just kind of pretty much second to last slide, just to kind of look through the people again. To our role, we're looking to donate everything that any place where we can help, and we're welcome to help. I've been designing software, my whole life, going on 40 years now, with these very types of problems. It's intellectually interesting. It's philanthropically rewarding to have that opportunity. So hopefully that's welcome. Everything that we're talking about here is free for everyone to use, states to use, vendors to use, TAC to use. Seeing TAC obviously is huge leadership position on the central infrastructure, but states is ultimately being the authorities. Vendors being very collaborative, and the technical side of things, and all the federal and NEMSIS partners making sure we're aligning with national standards, as a good one was suggested today, and just essentially open access, no exclusive advantages for anyone, and having the governance that makes it all work. Ultimately, figuring out how to operationalize this, more the role of the TAC and all of you. But I think kind of starting small with a pilot, pick a few states, get a few of these things working, and then continue to expand coverage, figure out the tools. So maybe start simple with tools, keep expanding them. And then this is all dealing with the local, IDs. And then any initiative at the national just kind of proceeds in parallel and just dovetails right with it. And as more headway is made there, it just becomes another list that gets linked in together. So that is it.
Thank you, John. Yes,
Sure.
Yeah, so I just so when I learned what John was doing and his ideas to make this happen, it seemed like this approach handles most of the issues that we were just talking about. So this is I think an approach that we could consider. Feel free to raise any concerns. It doesn't take a lot of responsibility off the states. They still have to maintain their lists. They still have to curate their lists, but it adds the ability for many people to provide you information as a state to determine what changes need to be made, and then making sure that you only have to change them once in this system that is linked together with other states and with the TAC. So questions, thoughts? Okay, good. Any other thoughts about facility lists? Or other ideas that are complicated for you as a state that we haven't discussed?
I'm a back-end developer with Emergent. So I've thought a lot about the data models for these lists as well. So I'm kind of maybe on a similar page to you. And I'm curious about if you've made any first steps towards developing APIs for this, or if you're looking for help for it, or anything like that.
No, I think one of our, obviously, had our own internal ways to manage a lot of these lists, but really will be an inclusive process. So I think we all get behind the problem solved together. I think all of us vendors, ask me from the trauma side, just having access to this is tremendously valuable, and all helps welcome. What I would see is, early on, agreeing on data model, logical data model, and then physically implementing it, agreeing on the APIs, and just being a very iterative process. Hope everybody all the vendors would participate in that, and I think it would. I think when we're in that mode, I think it would just feel like we're all one team, on this particular project.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other comments? Randall, I'll put you on the spot just a little bit, right? You've been most kind of entrenched in identifying the complexities of coming up with a national facility list. Do you see complexities that wouldn't be covered by this model?
The concern that I just had, with that circle representation he gave was those stakeholders are coming in. How long are they going to continue to stay engaged? Are we going to be able to keep those people involved as the list continues to grow? I mean, this is a constant effort and kind of a changing target all the time. So it's a really great opportunity to start it off and to see how well that model works. But, just having one long list that we could pick from is really the best, and being able to obtain those changes. So this was a really great solution for it. I always concern myself with the people coming in. Are they going to continue to be involved? But, that middle circle we had, let's say 20 people, and then those 20 people leave and we're having somebody new come in. And how long do they stay engaged in that before they have other tasks and other duties? And then we kind of forget about it, and it just starts to back up again over time. So I think it's a really good step in the right direction, and just needs to continue to be built upon.
Great.
Yeah, and it may be that, like a lot of care and processes, right, that certain states, just like certain trauma centers, figure out best practices for certain things, and maybe we realize some states fall behind other ones here, and then can we learn processes that might work because maybe they've come up with a great idea. But the work's not going away. Yeah, if a list gets out of date, right, at some point, at a bare minimum, it falls on all the vendors because the customers aren't going to want, you're going to want the list in there, so somebody's going to have to do it. So I think that it should be pretty easy to at least get the user signals coming in, which still makes the work. It may not solve it fully, but it can't hurt to have those signals coming.
Other comments? All right, thank you, John. Appreciate you coming and presenting the model. I think that's incredibly helpful. We'll, if you have other questions or concerns, so how long are you here?
It depends. Well, actually, I changed my flight, so a few minutes, little time. I should leave around 4.
Okay, so feel free to contact John. Feel free if you have other comments you'd like to bring to me or to Jeremy or to Randall, please feel free to do that. That is the end of the formal presentations. We're a little bit early, which is just great, rather than being late. Are there any other topics or themes from today that people want to spend just a little bit of time either describing, and the TAC can fill those things out for presentation tomorrow? Or are there other comments you'd like to make about the schedule or presentations that were given today?